Spricht man deinen Vornamen jetzt eigentlich Igors oder Igor aus? Mit S oder ohne S?
Igor.
Ach, das ist
Unmöglich.
Apropos Maus, wo ist die Maus?
Igor ist doch slawisch, ja, das ist ein bisschen schwierig. Obwohl in Norwegen, ja, es ist sehr einfach. Weil Igor bedeutet ja wirklich gestern.
Ja?
Ja, Igor, ja, absolut.
Hello everyone, welcome to round 9 of European Women Chess Championship. My name is Jonathan Karlstedt, I'm international master from Germany, and with me is Grandmaster Igor Rauses. And today we will provide you live commentary from Riga, Latvia, and yeah, what we are up to. What do we will see today?
Yes, we have a different situation because the number of leaders decreased. We have only 2 leading players, Nana Zagnidze and Alexandra, young Russian star, Alexandra Goryachkina. Yeah, but they cannot play each other
Anymore?
Yeah,
They did.
they did, and so they meet player with 6 points. Yeah, and there is group out of 4 players. Yeah, with 6 points out of 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, and namely Sochko, Monica, Maria Muzachuk, Huan Kan Chang, if I'm not mistaken. Okay.
Very good.
And Kashlinskaya Alina. Yeah. So, and the pairing looks like Maria, yeah, number 2 seeded in the tournament, meet Nana Zagnidze. A very interesting game.
Very interesting game.
Yes, because this is great chance for Maria.
Yep.
Yeah. And Alexandra Goryachkina with white pieces as another Russian derby. He's playing Alina Kashlinskaya. Yeah.
Right.
You remember yesterday, Alexandra, she won very complicated game against another young Russian star,
Yep.
Daria.
Yeah, with the black pieces in a French defense. Very interesting game.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it felt like she completely outplayed her opponent. So it was a very good game, it felt like.
Yes, but in the open, well, it was very complex position in the opening, and maybe white stood better, and but anyway, it was big deal of fight in this game, and Alexandra proved, yes. So Alexandra play Alina Kashlinskaya, and it should be also very exciting game.
Yeah. So we may start with board number 1.
From number 1 we go, and then we have to mention that board 3, 2 player with 6 points play Sochko Monica with Huang Han Chang.
Yeah, okay, you will say this name. I'm not too good at pronouncing this name, so
Okay.
you are doing a great job.
Okay, I will even.
Okay, very good. So, yeah, and we have, of course, a lot of other interesting matchups with 5.5 points. There's a big group who try to keep to be close to the leading groups.
Yeah, certainly.
To get one of the qualification spots for World Championship, which are 14 spots in total. So we will look at these games as well later, but of course we are here for European Women's Chess Championship, and we want to know who will be the winner at the end of the day.
Yes.
So,
absolutely.
and we will have some very important games today. And I can see on the board 1, we are going to first. Yeah, they are ready for a fight, both actually. So we have some Sicilian defense, and not any Sicilian defense, but the very popular Najdorf line.
variation.
Yeah, and here White has a lot of options, right?
About 10, 12 moves.
Yeah, basically every move which does not blunder a piece or something is possible, more or less.
Well, as recently world champion proved.
Yeah, you can even go like A3.
A3, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I remember some discussions that nowadays even H4 sometimes can be played. So, but of course this was maybe not too serious.
I played recently in American Championship by Daniel Naroditsky.
See?
Yeah, it's every move can be.
Okay. So, but
Yeah.
okay, Bishop G5 is one of the most forced attempts, and you have Bishop E3, but Maria decided to go G3.
What should we say? G3 is, of course, kind of avoiding long deal of memorization.
Yeah.
Yes, no one is interested. Yes, on to repeat 20, 25 moves. The modern theory of Najdorf is huge. And,
Yeah.
Anyway, G3, I like G3. I like this move, and actually it is unclear whatever it will continue in Najdorf border, or it will be completely another Sicilian variation.
And we see G6 happened, so we are going in dragon direction.
So we quit Najdorf definitely. So we are in dragon. Yeah.
We are in dragon now. Yeah.
Normal dragon with G3.
So we will see now some setup with Bishop G2, Bishop G7, castle short side from both players, and at some point Black will try to play B5 to maybe get some attack on the queen side.
Yes, but still, it's not the main line. I mean, it can transpose to one of the dragon position, but this is neither of dragon.
Yeah.
So pawn on A6, which is not typical.
Right.
Yeah.
They call it Dragodorf. Some of them.
Dragodorf. Dragodov.
I do not like the name, but this is what I heard most often when people speak about this kind of position. But okay, I can see from the camera that Maria is thinking, so maybe a surprise for her, and now she tries to figure out what to do, as G6 obviously wasn't expected by her. What do you recommend people if they are surprised this early in the opening? What should they do? How should they approach the game?
Well, when I surprised in my own game, yes, I go to take a cup of coffee.
Yeah, what we already did.
And relax. Yeah. No, we have our coffee. Yeah. But actually, they are very well prepared. They are better prepared than we are with Jonathan.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's true.
And,
that's true. So we have two more moves as expected: Bishop G2. Bishop G7 and short castle. So, and I'm pretty sure we will see short castle by black as well. Yeah, as we did. So short castle by black followed, but maybe the interesting part of the game is still ahead of us. So maybe we will have a look at board 2.
Yes, absolutely, because.
So here we have Alexandra against Alina and some very interesting line.
Yeah, this is the one of the most fighting line in Nimzo.
Yeah.
F3.
F3. Yes. Everything with F3 is Semisch. Against whatever you play it, it's always the Semisch line. You can play it against King's Indian. You can play it even against Grünfeld. And yeah, F3 to support E4. But okay.
But remembering the history of a free move, I would say, because the first strong grandmaster I saw play this variation was Vladimir Malanyuk.
Okay.
From Ukraine, from Soviet Union.
Yeah.
That time.
Very well-known player.
Yes, and one of the best Latvian grandmaster, Alexei Shirov. Yeah. Actually, Alexei earned his grandmaster title. Yeah. Yes, with this variation.
Ah, okay.
Yes, he won very exciting game. Two games at Triplet Cup.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
And one of them is to enjoy in his famous book.
Yeah, Board on Fire.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What a great book. I only can recommend it to every chess lover to read this book. It's
Board on Fire 1, Board on Fire 2, and third edition?
I don't know. I only know that he now writes a book, a new book on sacrifices. And I think it will be very interesting. So, yeah.
We are patiently waiting for this book.
Yeah, we do. So there are some more moves happened, of course. But okay, here you have to make your mind what to do. Alina decided to go c5. Castle is another option.
The most of top grandmaster choose this move.
Yeah, c5. But I saw a game in Dortmund where they played castle, and the ideas was knight h5 and go for a direct attack for the king. But I see your face expression. You like c5 more. Okay,
yes, c5. Great move.
Okay, let's go on. d5, d6, e4.
And by the way, this is kind of. Okay, it's out of theory a little bit. I mean d6 move, because if we go back,
instead of d6,
instead of d6, b5 is very interesting. Yeah,
I remember this move. Yeah, that's supposed to be very. I think it's even a recommendation, if I'm not mistaken, of Niklas Huschenbeet. He made for Chess24 a series about Nimzo Indian, and his recommendation at this point is b5.
Plenty of strong grandmaster game.
Yeah.
Yes, and very recently Alexei played a game from this position.
Okay.
Yes, and he won.
With white or black?
With white, of course.
White, yeah.
With white, yes.
He was never a big
Alexei with black, Nimzo Indian.
Yeah, it's not
boring.
Too boring.
Yeah. So and he won that game, and that game was played in the last round of Zurich Open.
Yeah, I saw it
last week.
Yeah.
Although this victory doesn't bring glory to Alexei.
Yeah.
The tournament was
Yeah.
difficult, but the game was nice.
Yeah.
And he won.
Let's hope he will do better in Zurich, in Reykjavik, where he's playing now at the moment.
Sure, sure. Yes.
So, okay, no b5, but d6.
And d6, now we have kind of Benoni.
Yeah, but strange Benoni, because normally in the Benoni, of course, you put your bishop to g7.
We could see such type of position in snake Benoni.
Yeah, right, right. So,
snake Benoni, should we explain?
Well.
Oh, no way to explain.
Maybe, because maybe people start to play it, and that's not good. People shouldn't play snake Benoni, I think.
I remember strong grandmaster used to play.
Yeah, okay, every line is played by some grandmasters, but...
strong grandmaster.
Okay, maybe we will have at some point time to show what snake Benoni is.
Yeah.
But for now, after castle, there was another move, knight e2.
Yes.
And that's the position on the board. And black is thinking how to follow up. What are the moves here? What are the possibilities? Still b5?
I still vote for b5.
Yeah, okay, I understand and I agree.
Yeah.
So b5 is actually a real option. What could white respond? Would he take with a pawn?
No, most likely a3. a3,
a3?
The a3 and honestly, white should be better here.
And I just make a try. So I do not know this position, so what about bishop a5?
Well, then, okay, usually on a5, square a5 is the place for the queen.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But I didn't want to put it here because after queen a5, maybe...
No, here queen a5 is...
doesn't make any sense because bishop d2, for example.
Harmless and even worse because...
Yeah. And on the other hand, I do not want to change on c3 because then the knight from e2 is coming and white achieves everything he wants. So bishop a5 is more or less only move taking into account that the other moves are not good.
And white could consider, well, white could consider any move in this position, starting from bishop g5 and then as an alternative knight e4 is to propose, and even c take b5 now because the queen cannot reach the optimal square is interesting. Yes, I think each of those moves give white reasonable chance for opening advantage.
And you know what? Alina is going for it. She played b5.
Yes.
b5. That's the actual position on the board after b5, and we will see a very, very interesting game. That's for sure by now.
Yes, sure. We have to enjoy this game, but we should come to this game later.
Yeah, okay. So we go on with Monika Sochko, and you have to say the name.
I will check your memory.
Huang
Han Chan.
Huang Chang. No, I'm not good at this.
Okay.
I'm very sorry.
I should explain something concerning because the lady is originally from Vietnam. And in Vietnam, because we have one of the best junior. Yes, he's also in Czech Republic. Yes, he's also Vietnamese origin. One.
Yeah.
And so the name in Vietnam indicate the first word is the family name. Yes, family name mean well, there is not many family names. Can you mention any typical Vietnamese name?
No, actually not.
But there is two grandmaster, male grandmaster started by Nguyen.
That's true. That's true.
Nguyen.
Very strong.
And I should say that every second boy or girl in Vietnam call it after Nguyen. Nguyen is family name.
Okay.
Actually, family name are given according to Vietnamese tradition, according to last imperial family. Nguyen was the last emperor. So the second name is just nickname. Nickname. And the third name is the first name.
Okay.
Our first name, given name.
Okay, but
so she's actually she's either Chan
Yeah.
Yes, so the right pronunciation, the third name. And all Vietnamese, they have only 3 or 4, because it could be added mother name after the family name. So, then it's the history about the Vietnamese name.
So let's see the position. Again, very, very exciting stuff ahead of us. D4, F5.
Leningrad.
So some Leningrad stuff is going to happen. G6, C4, Bishop G7, Knight C3. All mainline, of course. Knight H3 is well known as well. Castle, castle. But what does it tell you that Black already invested like more than 10 minutes for this moves? Because
it's very normal. Knight H3 is not the mainstream.
No, but even I saw it from time to time that people put knight on h3 in this kind of position.
Yes, but well, I would say knight e3 is the main move for many reasons. Yeah, sure. But logically, like we saw in the Najdorf, white looks for some unexplored.
Yeah.
Well, it could be very well explored on white computer, but or black computer, but not explored on opening computer, and these give obvious advantage during the practical game because it's only 90 minutes.
So the idea is to put knight on f4 and to control light squares e6, d5. That's maybe the main idea of knight h3 compared to knight f3.
Yes, but it obviously that e5 is coming with tempo, and white will be worse. Yes, if they play knight f4 right here. But the idea is to first of all keep the bishop open.
Yeah.
Because bishop is full of power, and probably bishop g5 at some point knight could come to f4 or to g5 or whatever. Honestly, the modern theory is suspicious about this development.
Okay. So black decided to play knight c6. That's wrong. Sorry. So knight c6.
Knight c6.
And white more or less immediately decided to go d5.
Yeah.
So I'm confident about my point that she's playing for the e6 square.
So usually this position arrests with the knight on f3. Yes, and then black has a choice between knight a5 and knight e5. But here...
Okay, is it still that choice, or is knight e5 more pleasant now because there is no knight takes e5?
I would choose the central square.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay, my idea would be to, of course, first protect c4 pawn.
Yes.
Because I guess that's more or less the key idea, to take this one. So maybe it's a bit risky, but I like my b3 and maybe even to put my bishop on b2. And what's the continuation for black now?
Well, black could play one of pawn moves, like c6 or h6. h6 is always reasonable.
Okay, h6.
Yeah.
And
so positional threat is g5.
Yes.
Which
so
will
I have
be
to.
very annoying.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe now I have to go knight f4, g5. I'm not sure about knight e6. That's too early. Okay, but well, maybe. Okay, let's go. I try knight f4.
No, in this particular position, it's possible because after g5, knight e6, bishop take e6, pawn take e6, we could show this line. Yeah.
Again.
G5, knight e6, bishop take e6, and pawn take e6. We have a double threat. Yeah. First of all, bishop b7, and the second annoying move is f4, which ruins the king side.
And open up the position with the bishop pair.
Yes,
What's in general always a good idea, with some exceptions. But b3 wasn't the move, but queen b3. Queen b3 was played, and
it looks logical because weakening the big diagonal is never a good thing, so for tactical reason. Yes, queen b3 is
And maybe at some point idea of c5 and d6 check, that would come to my mind first, some tricky ideas. But first, of course, finish development and all the usual stuff. But then maybe at some point that's idea as well. And bishop at the moment cannot move because b7 would be a target, or is a target? Yeah. So yeah, queen b3. So that these three games are the top group.
Yes.
And now maybe we go on to board 4.
Yes,
because
they are all in top group because I see it's still 3 rounds to go. Yes, and all games are very interesting. Although in the below group we can see there is very equal. They all are strong. Yes, but in some games they are clear favorite.
Yeah.
In some games both are equally strong. So, and one of those games is for sure board 4, Anna.
Anna Musichuk, number 1 seated of the tournament.
Number 1 seated.
Against Irina Bulmaga, who is, I'm not sure, but I think nowadays she's chess professional. I see her playing a lot of tournaments, is very active on Twitter and on her blog, so she's doing a lot of good stuff for chess in general and playing a good tournament so far.
And playing well chess, she's a grandmaster, right?
Yeah. Or here it's only international master.
IM is higher than WGM.
Yeah, right. So let's see what happened here. Oh, we have some very romantic opening. Aljechin defense. Not seen so often nowadays on top level. Maybe Carlsen, when he's in a mood, then he plays Aljechin sometimes, but...
One of the biggest experts in Aljechin defense opening was not Mr. Aljechin, but who played only 2-3 games in simultaneous. Yeah. The biggest expert is Vladimir Bagirov, and who wrote excellent book. And Mr. Bagirov is also belong to Latvian Chess Society, and he wrote his book, and I remember at some moment he was the only grandmaster who played continuously this opening with the black. And then all of a sudden we saw Mr. Fischer tried it against Boris Spassky, and so it was approved that opening is not
lost by force.
Absolutely.
So let's see what Anna decided to do against this. Most probably a surprise, I cannot imagine knight f6 being main repertoire, so e5, of course, most principal move, d4, d6, everything is well known, knight f3, bishop g4, bishop e2, so Anna is playing very principal, that's well known, although there are, of course, other moves than bishop g4 here. There are many other possibilities, but bishop g4 is one of them, bishop e2, c6, c4.
c6 is not the main move.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, what's instead possible?
E6 and
starting to develop black squared bishop.
Yes.
So that's okay, but she played c6, c4, knight b6, e takes d, bishop takes f3.
Absolutely.
Bishop takes f3, and judging from time spent so far, Irina is well in her preparation. Knight takes c4. D takes e7, bishop takes e7.
Yeah.
And that's the position on the board. Yeah, that's the position on the board. And Irina has more time than at the beginning of the game, and Anna already spent around 20 minutes. So it's fair to say that Irina is still in preparation and Anna is trying to find the way on her own.
Yes. I am a little bit surprised by choice of white when they played c4, but it already played. We will better discuss about what we see on the board here. Bishop pair for slightly better pawn structure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it would be great for white in general, I think, if d5, c takes d, bishop takes d5 could happen. That would be a dream scenario. It's not forced, of course, to take on d5, for example. We don't have to play it.
It's not
but
forced
this
at all.
would be a dream scenario, yeah?
It's not forced at all
Yeah.
because
There are many other options. You can
Yes.
castle or even maybe consider c5. Put knight on d6, maybe.
not c5 because of queen a4 check.
Queen a4. Queen a4. See, I always do this kind of blunders. This is the reason why
No,
you're...
this is the way we are working because we are working. First of all, we are switching from game to
Yeah.
game. We see many diagram within the short time. We do not use absolutely any engine. You see, we have empty hands.
Yeah.
Yes. The same security measure equal for the participant. We have very strong measure here.
Rightfully so. So everyone knows that results are fair for
Yes,
everyone, and
absolutely.
no one have to be even afraid that anything is going on. But knowing a lot of the ladies playing, everyone there is a very fair player, and it would never come to anyone's mind to be cheating. But in general, to establish measures in chess is a good thing, yeah. So everyone knows that everything is fair and square. So that's very nice. So yeah, we are working without an engine, but what happens when you work without an engine? You suggest c5, or I suggest c5.
I would castle.
Castle, yeah. So
I would castle because I am not afraid that my pawn structure. Okay, now white pawn structure will be slightly superior after d6 followed by bishop takes c6. But
would you take on d1 first?
I would. Yes, why not? Because then
I have to take with bishop. Otherwise, my king is too weak. I would say.
I don't think the king is too weak because there is no white square bishop, so the king could be well be placed on c2 because c5 will be closed.
Yeah, because when you take on c6, so we maybe prefer to take with the king.
Could be king take, and we could include the rook d8 check, or directly take on c6.
Directly take, maybe.
Take on c6, yeah.
But okay, about this position, we do not have to be afraid with black.
I don't think white achieve a lot in this position, and okay, it could be white is very slightly better after bishop takes c6. Bishop takes c6, then king has a nice square on c2, and then we are developing with better pawn structure, but for development.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's roughly equal position.
Okay.
So not interesting for white.
Before we go to the next game, it happened castle.
Castle is
what's
very
normal.
logical.
Well, d5 was a try, but okay. But now d5 again comes to mind. On the other hand, now after d5, I maybe have c5.
No, c5. We can consider c5 because knight goes to d6, bishop on f6, knight on d7. Yeah.
And bishop on f3 is not doing much, only protecting a pawn. So let's see what happens. We have a lot of other games to cover. By the way, if you want to contact us, you can do it via #EWCC2017. If you want to see any games on the lower boards, we are happy to get any kind of comment, and try and make suggestions, tweet us. Thank you very much. So next game would be
Elina Danielian versus Nino Batsiashvili.
Elina yesterday lost against Nana Zagnidze.
Yes.
In time trouble, more or less. Very interesting game, but at some point she had too little time on her clock to really see all the possibilities. And Nana played, as she very often does, great tactical chess, saw the opportunity when she had one, and won the game at the end of the day very convincingly. And okay, Elina now is facing Nino.
Yes.
And what do we have here? Some more standard e3, c5. Some Tarrasch defense, symmetrical line.
Please,
please
go ahead.
No.
I should explain that Jonathan wrote a book.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, but okay, not with a3 at this point, but because normally people go, of course, knight c3, and we played a game in the Tarrasch back in 2011, first round of GM tournament in Hamburg. But you played another line, a way more dynamic line with early bishop g5, and I played f6 and g5, and it was very interesting. But at the end of the day, it was a draw.
It was a draw.
Yeah, but okay, a3, a6, and very often, as far as I remember in this line, it's the idea is to take on c5. That's, I think, the main idea of a3, and after bishop takes c5, to go b4. So I'm a little surprised that knight bd2 happened here. And I'm pretty sure in case after, if white would have played knight c3, d takes c4, takes, and b5 would have been the follow-up for black. But okay, they had other things up their sleeves. So c takes d, e takes d4, knight c6. We have more moves came in. c6, knight c6, bishop d3. So that's the position on the board. And to be completely honest, I do like it more for white than for black. What do you think?
Yeah, somehow I feel that I always hate connected knights.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, that's.
I feel sorry
okay.
about knight on d2.
Mm-hmm.
The right place for the knight is on c3.
Yeah, right.
But surely black has no advantage in this position.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's double-edged position, and actually, it's too prematurely to speak about. Yes, about the evaluation. Yeah. But now
we have an interview, we are going to have a short break.
Yes, very special interview.
Very special interview with the man.
Yes,
and we will be back in a second. We are back in the commentary box, and I am very happy to welcome Igon FIDE master from Riga. But not only that, you're the organizer of Latvian chess, I would say. I'm playing a lot of tournaments in Riga, and I'm always very happy to be here. And you are always head of organization, always the man to talk to. Thank you very much for coming. And
thank you. Good afternoon. Very nice words from Jonathan. And now I would say we are just two organizers in the box. We have
right. All people who know how to play chess are out now, and now we're talking organization.
Yes.
No, but of course we will take a look at the games as well.
Of course.
Because you're very good chess players on your own rights. You're playing a lot yourself, besides organizing.
Not very much, but yes, of course, I'm a chess player myself. So where the organizers come from, only from players, because I don't think that somebody is doing chess organization because he wants to earn $1 million or something like that. You are just doing it because you love this game and want to help this game.
Yeah, and you're doing it in great style, I have to say. I appreciate your work so much because, I'm very often in Riga, in this beautiful town, and to have such well-organized tournaments to go to is always a great.
Yeah, we always organize that the tone is also beautiful for you.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I know. So, how do you like the tournament so far? What do you think?
Well, the last few days were very good for the organizers. They were really calm and everything went smoothly. Well, I have to be a bit afraid, like that, before saying that. But well, if the first days were really crazy, sorting out my hundreds of minor things, but during the last days, everything is going as it should be. So. One example of today. Today we have another event just behind the wall of our playing hall. But so yesterday we were afraid that it will be loud or something like that. But today is a relief. Everything's silent.
Very good. So chess players doesn't even notice that there's another event
I
going
think
on.
So. They can't even notice. So.
Very, very good. So
hotel did a very brilliant job.
Yeah, one very nice hotel. I've been here now 2 days, and great hotel. Players are very happy to be here. I talked to some of them, and everyone feels very welcomed and very nice. But you are the main organizers, but I guess you have a big team around you. Can you maybe give us an overview about who is helping you behind the scenes?
Actually, not very big team, but a very nice team.
Yeah.
In this tournament, we have joined forces, I would say, of both international organizers in Latvia, because we are just two of them here.
Yeah.
One of them is me, who is organizing RT Open in Riga, and another is our president of the federation, Aris Ozoliņš, who is always organizing chess tournaments in Liepāja. I think Jonathan has also visited Liepāja, or
no? Unfortunately not.
Oh, sorry.
Then you have to send me the invitation, and I'll be there.
We'll definitely do it this year because these tournaments are with huge traditions. Next year it will be the 25th edition of Liepājas Rokade.
Yeah.
And always the tournament is strong, interesting, rapid event.
Very nice. So you just mentioned RTU Open, one of the nicest tournaments I ever played, and it will take place again this year. Can you tell us more about it?
Yes. So traditionally it will be the second week of August from 7th till 13th. We'll have 9 rounds. This year we'll have 5 classical chess tournaments. Starting from the Open A, which is a Grandmaster Open. I hope some 2,700 players will join, but definitely we'll have many 2,600 players and something around 25-30 grandmasters. So it is.
But not only grandmasters are allowed to play.
Yes,
people
of course.
Who are
yes, I was naming it as a grandmaster tournament, but it is open to everyone. Only if lower-rated players want to play, their entry fee is a bit higher because we want to keep this tournament on average very strong. So basically, it's for players something like 2,300 and above. And for others, we have lots of amateur tournaments, ending with the tournament for 1,600 and below.
Yeah. And it's not only players from Europe coming to the tournament. I played last year, a lot of people from the United States, for example, coming.
Not only United States, many other countries. We usually have some players even from South America, from Asia, all over the world.
So a real international chess festival.
Yeah.
More or less.
This year, thanks to Jonathan, we'll have 2 Iranian ladies. So it's really international, and in some years we have had 43 countries, I think, is our record.
Oh, that's really great. A great way of representing our sports. But it's not only this European Women Chess Championship, it's not only RTU Open, but you have another big event coming up in 2018.
Yes, we have one more challenge coming, which will be 10 times bigger tournament than this one. It is European Youth Chess Championship.
Yeah.
And it will be just after the RTU Open next year in August. The dates are 19th till 30th of August. And it will be held in the same playing hall as the RTU Open. So if some delegations want to see the playing hall, there is a nice opportunity to join RTU Open this year.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be great. I was at some European Youth Championships as a coach. I never played there, but I'm sure Riga will be one of the best venues they ever had, and I hope a lot of people coming and enjoying not only the tournament and the good organization, but I cannot repeat it often enough, the nice city of Riga. There's a lot to see, a lot to visit, a lot of history. For example, to mention Museum of Occupation, where some of the participants did go at the FIDE and were amazed by the museum. So a lot of things to do in Riga, in general. So maybe have a look at the games.
Sure.
I guess you're supporting Latvian players. Am I right?
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay. What's the first Latvian player we can see?
It should be Ilze Bērziņa, of course.
Who's she playing? Maybe not that I skip her. Here we go.
Yeah, we can of course take a look at the top boards as well, which is always interesting.
Okay, here we are.
Oh yeah, she was playing with Shapkovska.
And I was wondering. She's working as a lawyer, yeah.
Yes.
And one of the big supporters of this event is a big law company, yeah. Is she working in this company, or is she working in another company?
She was working there in past. Yeah.
Okay.
But this law company is of another chess player, vice president of Latvian Chess Federation, Ilmārs Krūms.
Yeah, and they are huge support for your events. Can you maybe give a quick overview about your sponsors?
Well, we'll start with our government in the form of Ministry of Education and Science, who is also responsible for sports in Latvia. They are the #1 supporter for us. The second one is Riga City Council, together with their foundation Live Riga. And then we have 2 private sponsors. One of them is this Baltic Law Offices. Many thanks to them, because without their support, I don't think that we would manage. And also Rietumu Banka helped us with additional funding. So these are our 4 main supporters. Of course, thank you to this hotel. But these 4 guys are the main supporters.
Yeah, so. Great. It's great to see that companies and government are supporting chess in this way, and you have a very strong minister, chess playing wise. And
also many thanks to her. She really helped us in negotiations and things like that. Yeah.
Very nice.
I hope she will join for an interview in the studio either
hope
tomorrow
so.
or day after tomorrow. But unfortunately, she has very busy schedule this week, so we're trying to arrange. But I can't promise anything.
And being a minister nowadays in Europe is maybe a tough job. Yeah? So,
of course.
But it would be great to have her in the studio, of course.
I hope.
She beat Hu Yifan at the last Olympiad. This way, she became famous even abroad. Let's say. Yeah.
Actually, that's a story about all of our women players. They all are amateur, so here they are competing with professionals. They are definitely underdogs in every game, but in separate games they can play brilliant chess and beat Hu Yifan, beat many other strong players.
let's see if Ilse will make it and go back to their game.
Yeah.
So we had some Slav defense. Are you into theory a lot or only playing by feeling?
Well, the second one is
Okay.
about me, because the way I'm playing chess, if I get out of the opening alive,
Yeah.
then I can play.
Okay.
But it doesn't happen always.
So that's not a line for you.
Not very much.
That's very theoretical. Takes
Yeah.
on c4, go back to e5, a5, h4. I think I saw this move, to be honest, but I don't think it's the main one.
Yeah.
So, but
Some preparation probably.
Yep. h6, f3. f3 is the normal move instead of h4 or
Yeah.
e3. I think that's the two possibilities. But let's see what the position is right now. e4,
Yeah.
e6, bishop e3, bishop b4. So, what do you think? How to evaluate this position?
I think white have some center, while black have also developed their pieces. And I think nothing bad have happened to black. And according to my standards, it's very good to get out of opening this
So
this
that's
position.
for you to get out of opening it.
Yeah, Ilse a bit is preparing, of course, a bit more seriously, but she's also an amateur player. So in opening, I think she's more or less happy.
Yeah, yeah. I saw she's playing mainly sidelines with white against, for example,
Yeah.
Sicilian, but she does it very, very good. So people can prepare, but to her it doesn't matter. She still gets quite good positions. And yesterday, I think she could have won at some point. She was
Yeah,
way
I think,
better.
It was really winning for her,
Yeah.
because the things changed. Two previous rounds she played and barely survived, but in yesterday's round her opponent barely survived.
Okay, so karma is equal now.
Yeah.
huh? Okay, well that's the way it should be. So we have bishop b4. What do we say white do next? Some developing move or
Yeah,
some aggressive stuff like, but h5 is maybe a bit too much. So bishop e2. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's logical move.
But it's
But
white is not allowed to castle.
Yeah, you cannot castle. To castle, you have to play either, I don't know, bishop f2 or if you want really aggressive way, then probably some g4. But then where to put your king?
Yeah. So that's okay, but complete unclear position.
Yeah.
Ilse is low on time.
A bit,
But
yeah.
okay, we have 14 moves already, so
Yeah.
it's fine. They played some theory very
just
fast.
something 17 moves, which is
Yeah.
70 minutes. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
which is difference.
Okay, let's see what happens
Maybe
in
even,
this.
what about the plan king f2 and then
Yeah.
g4?
Yeah, that one I like. So instead of bishop e2 or immediately. So okay,
Yeah,
let's say black is castling.
If black castle into the short side, then I think king f2 makes some sense.
Yeah. Okay, if I go f5, I try to punish you directly for what you're doing.
And if I play e5, then you will have square on
Yeah.
d5, f4. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't go king f2 immediately. Maybe I should prepare it. Maybe even g4.
G4, okay. G4.
If I want to play king f2, then I can play g4 first.
But maybe this is a pawn sacrifice. Maybe, because I now go bishop e7.
Well, I can always play h5, but I don't want to do so.
Yeah, okay, this is the way
I can
you save
always
the pawn.
play bishop f2.
Bishop f. Bishop
You went
f2.
back, I also
Yeah.
go back.
Yeah, okay.
And then I will...
I somehow thought you won't put your bishop to f2 because there you want to put your king. But of
if
course,
you
this
play
is a
bishop
good,
e7,
yeah, sure.
then I can maybe change my plan.
Yeah. Okay, so now I go f5 again.
I should probably take once, but with which pawn?
That's
Then
up
give
to
you a check on b3 and see what you do.
So which pawn with which pawn do you take?
Probably with g.
G.
Open g file to your king and give you one check.
Check. Okay, I will go to h8.
Yeah.
I think.
Now what about d5?
D5. So
Punishing
you're really
you.
you're really
You wanted
up
to punish me.
Yeah.
I want to punish you.
Okay, let's see who's the better punisher. I take on e4.
I take on b6. with bishop.
Ah, bishop from f2. This guy is kidding me. Okay, so that's
Yeah,
the
you have
point
nowhere
of
to put your knight. That's my idea.
Okay, so knight c8 is okay. So I have to close c5.
And in this case, I wanted to play a
E5.
long castle, I think,
Long
or
castle,
e5.
e5.
Yeah.
You convinced me absolutely. So f5 is too early. So yeah, that's maybe a setup for white. That's true.
It looks a bit crazy, but
Yeah, but okay, maybe you have to play this way when you choose such an opening.
yeah, if I have played f3, h4, then I have to do something.
Okay, let's go to the game. One of the games I am most interested to. We're at a Latvian game. Now we go to a German game. And let's see, board 6. We stopped at board 5. So with Igor's.
Yeah.
That's the position at Elisabeth Peet's German #1 board. And one of her main goals at the moment, of course, is to get in the top 14. But she has to score some more points to do so.
Hasn't she already qualified?
How?
From the last year's event, I think.
No, that was for Iran.
Oh, okay. Okay, then
I'm not sure. Maybe you're right. I'm not. But I thought her goal is to get in the top 14. But maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure. But I will ask her, and we will. Maybe not during the game, but I will ask her
Based
later.
on my games with Elizabeth, I really like her playing style. Very aggressive, sharp.
And she's really up for something today. So okay, let's have a look how they started. And yes, it started as a King's Indian.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm knowing her repertoire a bit. I don't think that's her main line. Okay, here I played in Bundesliga Queen d3. And then there's main move e5, take. But you can take with a knight as well on e5. That's maybe more accurate. So take. Bishop g5.
Yeah.
And you have an equal position, but at the end of the day, this will be the structure. And white has slight pressure on c7, and you have a nice position, more or less.
Yeah.
But b3 is maybe calmer.
That's more for me.
This is so some Bishop b2, e6. Okay, that's where my understanding of the position ends, because e6 would not in a million years come to my mind. But maybe the idea is to play d5 sooner or later.
Maybe, but
and to
as much as I know, this structure c6 is not a usual move.
So normally e5 or just some active bishop f5 or b5 even. Yeah, b5 is always. I mean, you played a6 and rook b8, and then b5 is logical. But okay, let's have a look at the position which is on the board now. e3. Do you think bishop h6 was a silent draw offer? To, after rook a1, play bishop g7?
Maybe checking if the opponent wants to play or not.
Yeah, that's maybe good.
I'm not sure that she would definitely
Maybe
accept
not.
it.
Yeah, but
you
okay.
can always not go second time bishop h6.
Yeah, but Daria is a very young and strong player. I saw her in Gibraltar playing, very strong.
Yeah.
And she has a bright future in chess. So, yeah. Maybe the idea of Elisabeth would have been to draw today and to push again with white, but okay, this is a position where you can play with both sides, because so much pieces on the board.
Yeah.
And now knight d2, and this is, as far as I can see, the position they have on the board now, with both players not yet spending too much time for their moves. But I have to admit, I do like white's position.
It looks like a bit more space and clear plan to play in the center.
Yeah, but concrete. My next move is knight e4. In case I'm allowed to move again, knight e4. And what do you do against knight f6 check? Maybe not so much. So maybe you have to go bishop g7 now.
Yeah, but then I have just spent useless moves.
Yeah, and this is.
But even no, what happens if I play knight c e4 now?
Knight c e4. Okay, I have to take. I see no
Yeah.
other option.
I take on g7.
Take on g7. So
I know that you can take on f2, but
I can take on d2.
But then I take on f8.
I take on f3.
Bishop e7.
Take. Okay, let's
let's
put it
see,
on the
I-
board.
Maybe I'm missing something. I'm not sure.
I take.
Well, maybe you can take on e3 and just be pawn up.
Okay, take.
Ah, and then and then I take on c7. Yeah. Sorry.
But this is very, very nice. Bishop takes g7, f8, e7, d8, c7,
And d6.
and d6. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
that's great.
that's-
Okay,
no,
but
you can't play- but you can take on
Black
e-
has to play queen takes e7,
And you're fine, I think.
and something takes on f1, maybe the queen,
And you're more than fine in this position.
e5. Yeah, because the pawns of black are
Yeah.
on the right squares. Yeah.
You're right.
So, but maybe after bishop g7, it's not. We don't have to play knight e4. So what else can we do? Of course, now black wants to play b5. So it's not like we have all time in the world, but maybe some time. But how to improve the position? What about queen f3? I like to increase the pressure on the square.
But what are you threatening something?
No, but for example, after b5, I can take with a knight.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Simple but nice.
Yeah, that's you won't hear
yeah,
any
reason.
complicated suggestions from me. It's only simple chess taking pawns and see what happens. So yeah, okay, queen f3. What is black doing? Maybe e5.
Yeah.
But it feels like everything is wrong for e5. But maybe after queen f3, things change because
yeah.
now bishop g4 is in the end. No, I don't like to play this way. Okay, but maybe renew the threat of knight e4
Yeah,
by
that was
queen c2.
what I was thinking about. What moves help me to renew the threat knight e4?
So queen c2 and maybe e5 anyway.
Well, do I have many options? Oh, or maybe after knight e4 I can play e5. Ah, then you take and play f4, yes?
Yeah, that would be my idea. So let's say b5, knight e4, e5, take, oops, and f4.
Yeah.
And this I like more for white, to say the very least.
I have to agree.
So, okay. If black wanted to have a position where she can play for a win, she has it, but it's dangerous. Can end both ways, but they made a move, and it was not bishop g7, but e5 right away.
I'm not sure if such a structure is good for black.
Okay, question maybe is what about f4?
Yeah, that's a move that looks the most logical at this moment.
So black now has to try to make something about this e3 pawn. Yeah, that's maybe a possible target.
Yeah, but how can you do it?
Knight g4.
Well,
I'm
you
going.
are attacking just once, so I can, I don't
that's
know,
true.
protect it very easily. I have actually many options.
For example, how would you protect
One option is queen f3, but then you are probably playing f5.
or knight f5 even, and sacrificing a bit. But yeah, you are right.
Knight f5 I don't think is good, but I'm afraid of f5 and then e4, and then white won't have anything.
Okay, you say, but after queen.
Maybe queen e2,
Queen e2.
not to have e4 with an attack.
But okay, now after f5, e4 feels.
Maybe even h4 just. Oh, h3, sorry.
Yeah, you're right.
Getting this knight away.
Yeah. And even now, simply take on
taking
e5.
on e5, and I think you'll have some problems.
Yeah, huge problems. You're right. You're absolutely right. So okay, so Germany here has some problems, but yeah, let's see what happens. What other games do we want to have a look at?
I don't know, which one did you already look?
1 to 5. So
1
now we
to
have
5.
6. Maybe just continue with 7.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah,
Makes sense.
For mathematics, it would make
For me, of
some
course, the boards number 1 and 2 are more interesting, but we're working
Yeah.
for our viewers.
sense. Right. And again, hashtag EWCC 2017. If there are any suggestions for games you should look at. Bishop So, what kind? Reti system. So, as well an attempt to play for a win, and black doesn't fear anything but playing very dynamic chess. Bishop g4 is one of the modern lines nowadays against this kind of setup. But people, I think Aronian, for example, in Kränkel Chess Classic here played e6 and played a very nice game. But e5, of course, is
e5 is an aggressive move.
Yeah. We like this one.
Real nice woman chess, pushing, and once more pushing.
Right. That's the kind of chess we like to see. a3, a5, and I'm pretty sure I saw a lot of these positions or similar positions, let's say. Knight c3, castle, queen c2, queen e7, h3, bishop f3, bishop takes f3, and we have bishop takes back on the board. So again, topic bishop pair. Yeah. What do you think about the bishop on f3? Is it strong, or is the b7 c6 setup very nice against this bishop?
Well, it of course helps, but at some point I can play, I don't know, b4, b5, and your setup just collapses.
Yeah.
If I can do that. And actually, position is quite openish, so I would definitely love these two bishops. If you can manage something like f5, e4 to close my bishop, then maybe okay, but then you will have also plenty of weaknesses.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think my bishops are very strong.
I would like to make the following idea work, knowing that now it doesn't work, but something like e4, take. The problem is now queen can take, but after bishop takes, but now bishop f4 as well works. I want to have a double attack on a1 and g3, but bishop f4 does the job. So maybe I would suggest now to play rook e8 for black, just to
prepare e4,
and then if white allows, e3, of course. Would be very happy to play e3 and to weaken white pawn structure, because with h3, g3 is weakened, and if I get to somehow deflect the f2 pawn, g3 is going to be very weak. So what to do after rook e8?
I definitely don't want to play, or at least to leave as a last option, move e4, because it closes my bishop.
Yep.
What are my options then? Maybe I can play knight e4.
Knight e4. Okay.
Yeah,
By the way, I see rook e8 was played, so she's listening. Rook e8, so knight e4, just the very brutal way to block the idea of playing e4 for black.
And if you play something like takes, g6, and then f5, and then e4, I will be very happy, because I'll have the black diagonal.
Okay, I will start with bishop d4. I want to put my bishop there.
Then I have two options in my mind. One is playing rook b1, then e3, and then bishop b2, or directly bishop b2. I think rook b1 is better.
Okay, I take on e4.
I take with bishop, of course.
Yeah. Ah, now h7 is hanging as well.
h7 is hanging.
That one I don't like. Okay, so maybe here I shouldn't take, but okay, I take immediately.
Okay, I have bishop
takes and knight f6.
Knight f6. And again you want e4.
Yeah.
You desperately want.
Yeah, I really want it badly.
Well, I can go for opposite color bishops, but it's I won't have any advantage then, just by bishop g5.
That's okay, but you don't. You mean when I play h6, you're forced to, and I have to play h6 because h7 is hanging.
Yeah.
So this is more or less forced.
Yes.
Take, but advantage is not existing. So
definitely.
That's.
And I think b4 will be too crazy for me.
Yeah. So Bella decided to play bishop g2.
Let's check b4 now. It looks a bit crazy, but.
You have. I'm sure you have some. But
some
I'm
just
I'm
something
a
like
prepper.
you are pawn up. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And now I'll play something like queen b3.
Queen b3.
And ask what shall you do?
I go bishop c5.
And if I take on b7?
Maybe you first should
I have
take
to take. Yeah, sure. I have to first take on e8.
Take. Queen takes b7, and to be honest, I wanted to start something with rook a1, but it's just not a mate. You have a safe harbor on h1. Maybe.
Yeah.
So my idea to just go back is not so good. Okay, let's say I don't fall. Wait, hold on a second. I can take on a1.
Oops. Oops. I blundered, of course. Yeah, then
Okay.
it of course doesn't work.
Yeah, but that's very often. Yeah, you have an idea and somehow cannot make it work. You have to change move orders. That was maybe a very simple example, but this is always the case because you
Yeah.
have a feeling for positions sometimes, and you feel something has to work here, but you cannot make it work
Yeah.
the way you intended. So first thing you try is to change move order, and then very often or sometimes it actually works. So
Yeah,
this is
rook a1 of course kills me.
yeah, okay, but okay, in the game it something else happened, and it was bishop g2. But now, after she played rook e8, I think e4 is the move to check.
Yeah.
And the threat is e3. I don't think that white by any means can allow e3 to happen. So pawn e3.
Yeah,
By what?
it's the first idea to check, but then you'll have two problems, and they are labeled with f3 and d3.
Yeah, yeah. White squares are big problem then, but you cannot
I
play
cannot
knight e5.
immediately play knight e5, but I think at some point I might have a chance to do so.
Yeah, but it's not so easy maybe now to find a follow-up for black.
Yes.
So that's maybe e4 is too much right now, but I don't see how to improve position in another way.
No.
So yeah, maybe bishop g2 was a clever choice. But
Earning a tempo.
yeah, but we should have a look at some other games as well, of
Yeah,
course.
sure.
And we will continue with board 8 with Marina and Alisa, and they are both on 5.5. Yeah, so
Still the same points group.
Yeah.
Maybe we should go till the end of this point group.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So up to board 10. So what happened here? Short look. Okay.
Oh, e6, b6.
You see it, one of the main lines, bishop g5, normal setup, nothing special. g5, okay, it looks always a bit strange, but this is all mainline theory
Yeah.
or mainline ideas at least. And yeah, of course, very principled play. And again, topic of the day, bishop pair. But here I have
Here
to
one
say,
of these bishops is closed, so
Yeah.
the previous bishop pair looked better than
yeah,
this one.
Yeah, that's true. Because normally with bishop pair you try somehow to open the position, and it's not so easy for black here. Because to take on d5 looks very ugly because you give away the square f5.
square.
And that's nothing you want to do. And you don't want to take on d4 with the bishop because queen takes looks very strong.
Yeah,
and you have
and
huge
then
control.
you will never have your bishop pair again.
Yeah, right. And so I think we safely can say that we prefer white here.
Definitely.
But what to do with black? Black has to find some active idea. Maybe queen f6. Just pieces out long castle and
Yeah.
hope for the best.
Pieces out, maybe something like knight d7, knight c5 at some moment. Maybe even a5, knight c5 to keep the knight there.
Yeah.
But then of course you'll always have b4 opening up that side.
And I just come to realize that now white can keep the king in the middle. When I take on e6, you have to take back with a pawn, right? And now queen h5 check. And you're not allowed to play queen f7 because of knight takes e6. And that's huge problems.
Yeah.
So maybe my queen f6 is too much, but that
But
being
actually,
said, that's a threat anyway.
Pawn on e6 is hanging at the
Yeah,
moment.
right. That was one reason for queen f6 to protect it. But I don't like my king running around in the middle of the chessboard while all pieces are still on the board, except for.
But actually, what can you do?
Yeah,
What are
that's-
your options?
Well, e5 is. No,
I don't
this
think
is,
it's good because you'll get knight
no
f5
way.
and.
Right. So yeah, it's not so easy.
So it
maybe.
looks like black already have some problems
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. Wow.
Or I am missing something.
What can we? But I mean, even bishop c8, you take and still queen h5. That's not. So maybe she has to. What happened?
There's some more
You
moves.
know what happened? c5. She played c5. Yeah, maybe that's only move, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe that's
Actually, it
only
doesn't
move.
look that bad.
Okay, what can we do here? Well, wait.
For a second, I was looking for a piece sacrifice, but I don't think it works.
Well, it have to work if you do it, because you are obviously still better anyway, and if a piece, that cannot be by chance. You have to know it works. What about, I always learned first checks and takes to evaluate, and that's a check. I give queen a4 check.
And now if something like knight d7, then I just take on e6, yes?
Yeah, maybe even with the
With
knight.
knight, yes. On queen d7,
I take that with the... and then you take there.
but still I can give a check and then take your queen. I'm pawn up.
But knight on d4.
Knight on d4, yeah.
But maybe, just maybe, I have this move now.
Threatening knight c7 and knight d6.
Yes.
But
So-
if I just castle?
Castle, and now I have to go back to mating ideas on the other side of the board. So I play queen d1, queen h5. That's my idea, at least.
But can't I really do anything meanwhile? For example, no, nothing is hanging actually. But what happens if I play just a6?
I would try to grab your pawn, actually, but I'm not sure if it works. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. a6, I take.
I take with...
Well, after
think
queen, I have knight c7.
So I have to take with a pawn, yeah.
So, and here I have to take with a knight.
Rook d8.
Rook d8, and I have to take on b7. And now
I've
I'm a
blundered everything,
happy
yeah.
fellow.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, but it does not feel completely right. So maybe a6 is not the move at this point.
Yeah, sure, it's not. If I take once on d5.
Okay, I would take with an but then I give a pawn. But okay, what are pawns nowadays?
Yeah,
No one counts pawns.
I'm not very happy grabbing pawn on b2.
But okay, maybe you can consider it. So take, queen takes, rook b1, and maybe, in case I doesn't overlook anything, you just go back.
Well, I will never be worse after queen e8.
Queen a8, knight c6,
Queen f8.
queen f8, king f8. Well, I
don't
would
think
like
I
to
would.
have more with white than that. So that's not
Yeah.
good. But we have a lot of options actually in this position. So take. Okay, I would really like to go all in here somehow. I don't know how. Okay, but that's interesting
Well,
position.
but what
maybe
happens just after rook b1?
rook b1
Where did you go back?
to g7 because I want to protect h6.
And what happens if I just grab a pawn on d6?
That's of course right. Yeah. Knight takes
And
d6.
then moving back to f5.
Yeah. Oh no, that's a very nice position. That's a very
Yeah.
nice position. We don't want to have this. Yeah. Okay. So queen a4 is a move to consider. Yeah. But white now has to spend some time. Critical moments. I was talking with Toms yesterday about it. You have to spend your time on the critical moments, and yeah, that's one. That's one for sure.
Are there some more moves?
No, c5
No, yeah.
still on the board, and yeah, white. Is thinking.
Wait a minute. Maybe I can.
After queen a4.
No, at this moment. Maybe I can just take en passant on
Yeah,
c6 and play knight b5. What
And
happens
knight
there?
this and knight b5. I see your point.
But the one thing that I don't like is that the position opens. So it's a bit either it works on tactical basis or I don't want it.
Yeah. Yeah, but that looks unpleasant as well. Okay, maybe.
But if I just play bishop f8,
Yeah, bishop f8. Yeah.
And if
Okay,
you play knight e4, I just play d5.
d5. I have here. I have some, but okay. I think I can take. I'm a pawn
I'm
grabber.
taking.
I told you, I'm a pawn grabber.
Bishop b4. Knight c3. No, b4, b4.
Sorry. Before, of course, yeah. Knight b4, and I can actually go with both knights because I have the trick on c7 and on f6.
You have two tricks. I thought only one of them.
But okay, maybe I choose. I don't know. It's more an artistic question, not a chess question. Maybe I would take.
Yeah,
this
I
one.
didn't see that you have both tricks.
So yeah, okay. That's going to be a very interesting game and very important one as well.
Yeah.
So board 9, Olga Simina, who's playing a great tournament as well, from Italy against Ukrainian Natalia Shukova, who was here in Latvia like 1 month ago. Tal Memorial in Jomala, a very great tournament. This time you weren't the organizer, but you enjoyed the tournament. Yeah. Alexei Shirov was head of organization, and as every year he did a great job bringing people together and having fun playing chess.
Actually, I enjoyed only the Blitz tournament because I had to leave for a business trip then. But well, also Blitz was nice.
Yeah, so
I did beat some grandmasters, so I was happy. I was happy.
Yeah, that's always great. Yeah,
of course.
To see these guys being, they can fail as well. And I hope that Alexei will do this event next year, but we will see. But everyone should come to this tournament as well, if it will be organized again. So, wow. What is this?
Seems just like a pawn up and a nice position.
What the hell is going on?
In 17 moves.
Natalia, what happened? Knight c3. So this is well known, sure.
Yeah.
e6, we saw this in another game here already. d5.
Actually, I have a funny story about Natalia today. She came to our info desk and asked that she has left her pen there yesterday. And she was very happy that we had it and she got it back because she said it's her lucky pen and now she is safe. But it doesn't look like.
But what did you do with the pen?
I don't know.
What did your arbiters did with this pen? That now this position is the final result. Okay, maybe she will give it back to you after the game. But okay, let's see. Maybe you never.
She will throw it back.
Yeah, she will throw it back.
What did you do with it?
Yeah, maybe, most probably. E5 looks, but
what can you do?
Yeah, but then here something already went wrong. Maybe you have to. I do not know the theory here, but maybe you have to play a6 or something.
But a6 takes
or d6.
some time.
d6 e5. I don't know, but this looks, or it's
This
some deep
looks-
preparation. But judging by the clock time, it's not. Wow. Take. Rook d1, bishop d7, knight d6, king c7.
It looks very bad actually.
5, rook b8, rook d2, bishop b4.
Takes and g3.
Wow.
Well, of course, in such positions you have some drawing chances, but
You mean because of opposite colored bishops? Or?
yeah, some maybe it doesn't work. So
Okay, my first suggestion would be bishop a5. I think in such positions you should go for cheap tricks. Well, I go always for cheap tricks, but they especially work. In
yeah,
this kind of
but
position.
what will you do after just I don't know bishop h3?
Then it's too late for me to take on b2. Is that
Yes,
what you're
because-
saying?
Maybe it's not too late.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's never too late.
I thought that I'm taking with a check and I'm fine, but not really.
King b8. I do not want to overdo it.
And I have nothing to do.
I mean, even castle white is the.
I'm not
very
worse,
fine.
of course, but I don't think I have big advantage anymore. Maybe I can castle. You take on c3, rook c1.
Take on c3, rook c1.
And then I have two rooks, bishop, maybe some
That's
ideas on your king.
Looks like a very dangerous attack, actually. Yeah, I just try to find some ideas for Natalia. Bishop a3. Maybe knight e5, and then knight. But then you have always this check. Okay, knight e5. I stick to that one.
Now I have two options: grabbing one more pawn
Yeah.
and seeing what happens with me,
Yeah.
or castling and
Asking
saying,
the same question.
yeah, and saying that you have nothing.
Yeah. Okay. My point after castle was to play f3 to create more mess.
Okay, I blundered it a bit, to be honest.
But I think you cannot plunder in this position in general. But
Maybe I can just play ridiculously, rook c2,
rook c2. Okay.
for you not to have this fork on f3.
I understand. But now I start to my tricks.
I'm grabbing one more pawn on f3.
Okay, then I want to grab a pawn at least once in
Now
a game.
you'll get some checks, I think.
I overdid it. Knight d5 check, you mean, yeah?
But there's nothing actually. You just play king
Yeah.
d6.
But maybe it's better anyway to take with the rook first, yeah, because your rook on c2 is strong. So, and I have to activate the other one as well anyway.
Yeah, and I will be just pawn up, and you have nice drawing chances.
Yeah. Okay. So this is an idea, and I'm very excited what Natalia will choose. But of course, she has to come into fighting mode and show why she's one of the strongest women players around the world.
Yeah.
And finally, we go to board 10 because there's one player, Ulvia, with 5.5 points with black, playing Katarina Lagno, who lost yesterday. I think one of the best games I saw so far by Alina Kashlinskaya. Was a very good game. I think from start to end it was perfect. And yeah,
Actually, yesterday's games were very interesting.
yeah, that's true.
At one round, commentators were saying, "Oh, very boring round, nothing to talk about." And yesterday, it was plenty of things to talk about.
Yeah, and now everyone who's asking why do we need a free day, now we have the answer to get some energy to get back to fighting chess. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was just at the right time, and well, I as you of course as well, you spoke as well to some of the players, and they were happy because it's not only playing one game of chess a day, which is very with all the preparations, taking a lot of energy, but it's the tension and the pressure you have during such an important event, which is very exhausting, and so you need some time to rest.
Well, actually, for us as an organizer, so there was a hard question to answer: which day to make a rest day? One logical choice was the one that we did on after round 7 to have 4 decisive rounds after a rest day. Another choice, which would be more for people, not chess-wise, was to do a free day on Easter. But then it's after for round 5, and then you have 6 decisive rounds in a row. So we decided
would have been too much.
to go for just a working day as a free day here, for just Tuesday.
Yeah, I think that was the right choice. That was very, very good.
Yes, of course, we always make the only right choices.
Yeah, of course, the organization is always above all. No, but okay, I think that's very
kidding.
good.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay, but I followed the tournament from far, as I told you in private as well, and it makes a very good impression. So, yeah, and the decision to have 4 final rounds, to have a rest, and then really go to the final 4 rounds was very clever, I think. So, another exciting chess, and again a French.
French defense.
To be honest, Ulvia, I never heard of her. I think I saw her once at some tournament, but I never heard of her. But she yesterday played a great game, won a very nice game.
She's playing good in this tournament.
Very good.
I saw her some of her games.
But looking at her number 70, so that's not
The same as Ilse Berzinja, approximately.
Yeah. So really, here everyone is playing very good chess.
Yeah.
So it's important that you play on the top board. If you have to play anyway a strong opponent, it's better to have more points. So French defense, c5 here is alternative, but knight f6 main line, b3, c5, g6. Okay, this move is completely new to me. I always played, when I played this line, take No. No, that was with, here I'm wrong, that was with knight e2, of course. Here I always play bishop e7, and then go with g5.
Yeah.
Easy plan. Maybe objectively you have to analyze it very deep to get, to equalize, but yeah. Okay, g6, h4, very principled stuff, queen b6. Okay, we will just go through the moves and focus on the final position.
So, again, you'll be fan of black. They can just grab the pawn.
Yeah. That's indeed, it's a pawn. It's I think there's a line in the French called Korchnoi variation, where you grab the pawn on d4 as well. It's not this particular line, but it's the idea. And it's not a big surprise that you have this idea to take the pawn and to give it with white. Because now you have nice square d4, for example, and very nice piece to play, and that's...
Actually, that looks like a nice compensation.
Rook c1, queen d8, yeah. Wow. I'm big fan of white position. A big
Cannot
fan.
object, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, do you have a favorite here?
We have pawn grabbers.
Yeah.
We like pawn grabbers, but still we can't support black here, I think.
Yeah, that's true. So here I see all kinds of ideas for white, but not so many for black. Knight d4, knight e6 always come as an idea to mind to start some attack. But otherwise, just to shut down any black play and improve
I can even just simply play knight h2, knight g4, and always threatening knight f6 and
that's
rook h7 somewhere. Or rook h7 and knight h2, knight g4, queen f3.
And seeing it on the camera, this is the way I look when I think what I have done. What happened to me today? What did I do wrong? What is this? Why am I here? Why am I here? She's looking like this. This is how I feel when I have this kind of position. And now the question is if she can fight back in this game or if she will go under. You can lose this game in like 5 moves if you can put up the fighting spirit. So I hope she will. It can take like 10 minutes to get back into the game by psychological point, but and Katarina is looking very relaxed. She knows she's better, and she looked into the camera. She knows we are watching. So very nice position for white, and I think anything but a win for white in this position would be
a surprise.
Would be a huge surprise. So
but we have seen many games where, I don't know, by computer you have +9 here or something like that, and it's not a win at the end.
Right.
So everything can happen here.
So we have covered more or less the first 10 boards now, and I think we are going for a little break soon. Thank you very much for being here with all the work you have to do, that you took your time, and giving look at chess in Riga, your organization work, all the stuff you're doing for chess in general. So thank you very much for this work. And I'm sure we see you back in commentary box, maybe one of the next days, hopefully.
Thank you.
Thank you
I'll be
for
glad
being
to
here.
come back. So it's free advertising time. I have to use it.
Yeah, right.
But
maybe next time with some sponsor logos.
But yes, it's interesting to come here, do some commentaries as well.
Great you're
fun
here.
thing.
And we'll be back in a few minutes and going for a short break now.
Back with stronger commentators, grandmasters. Okay. Thank you.
See you in a second. Welcome back to round 9 live commentary of Women European Chess Championship. With me again, Igor Rauses, Grandmaster, and we will have a special guest in a few minutes,
yes,
and you will be the interviewer. But
yes.
Until he's here, we will take a look at the games.
Yes.
And we have one result already, and that is board 1. So we expected a great fight, seeing that Najdorf was up for discussion, but we were wrong in this case.
Well, the tournament situation allows White were not very ambitious with G3, I should say. Yeah. This is sideline, and the game developed after.
We left it after castle, yeah?
Yes, H3 is normal move. Yeah, taking control of G4 square.
Yeah, preparing bishop E3.
Yes.
Knight C6.
Bishop E3.
D7, knight D5. So now always stuff was taking on C6 and bishop B6 is in the air.
Yes, this is the threat.
Weak B6 square, and we will see that this is the reason why the game ended very soon.
So Rook C8 is the normal move here to avoid.
Take, but now pawn takes.
Pawn takes.
And if White does not want to go back to C3, what maybe is not a good idea.
No, in this position with so good control.
Yeah. So White decided to call it a day and to make some repetition of moves and draw a grid.
Draw a grid. In this position, this is the only solution.
Yeah. So we see it on the camera. Two kings in the middle of the board saying hello to each other means normally it's a draw. So we will go to board 2 between Alexandra Goryachkina and Alina Kashlinskaya. And they, I think, compensate for the short draw on board 1. They really, this will not be a short draw, but let's see. We left it after B5, and your suggestion was to play A3. But Alexandra had another idea, to play knight G3 to meet B takes C4 with bishop takes C4.
Yes.
So rook E8 followed, because now that the E file is open, there may be some tricks against the king, and it's a good developing move. So why not? Bishop F4 takes on D5 and C4. So you said it's a bit like Ben-Oni structure maybe, so we see some Ben-Oni moves.
Yeah, this is good Benoni because the king side of black king side not weakened by G6 bishop, and bishop has a nice perspective on B4. It's pinned and it could come to C5. What actually happened in the game, and the king stunk in the center. But
there's a price for everything, and black paid it by sacrificing a pawn. So A4 was the move. B takes A4, rook takes A4, queen B6, and white wasted no time taking on C4. And if you are under pressure, and that's what's the case in this position, you at least want to have something to hold on to, and the pawn is a pawn.
Yes, but the position deserve. Black has serious compensation in all of cases. Either they choose A5 move. Move played in the game was bishop d7. Knight d7 was equally strong because knight goes to c5. Yes, in many lines, and the king, white king, is still in the center, and there is no visible way to escape to castle.
Right. So bishop d7, rook a2 to protect b2 pawn.
Yes.
a5, queen d3, desperately trying to get something to e3 to castle, but black know that and played bishop c5, stopping bishop e3. So first priority is not to allow white to castle. And seeing what happened now, this will not happen in this game, castle, because white decided for the amazing move king e2.
Well, this is, I don't like to say desperation, but this is just confirmation that the king side castle will be not.
Yeah. That will not happen.
No,
Not today.
Not today.
Not
yes.
today, not for white.
So king in the middle.
Yeah.
Yes. For the price of a pawn, but the pawn will count only in the end game.
Right, and there I don't see any endgame arriving in this position. So first I thought maybe an idea could be bishop g1, but bishop e3 I think is a good reason not to play it.
Yes.
But idea, that somehow to get in, but I like the move played in the game, knight a6.
Yeah, reasonable move,
Yeah.
and white actually forced to take the knight because they
What happened?
cannot
Yeah.
allow.
Yeah, bishop
Is it
takes,
happen? Yeah. This is
happened.
the
Because knight b4 was too much of a threat. So
only reasonable move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
and
now you have
we-
to take back,
we
and it will
expect-
be with a rook.
expect that no queen exchange.
So now black has to be careful about pawn on b2, about bishop b5 threat sometimes, about knight takes d5 sometimes. So there are a lot of things to be afraid of for white. Are there some active plans, some ideas to control everything? Do you see something?
So the proposition is to move the rook from h1. Well, good question where. Yes, we have
Yeah, that's a very good question.
several move
Yeah.
candidates here. Yes, the rook could go to d1 to double protect d5 pawn.
Yeah.
Yes, it could land on a1 to double rook because we well know that rook are strong and when
Yeah.
they are connected. Yes, and rook c1 or rook e1 equally has their reason.
Yeah. And what's black's next move? I was thinking about maybe queen b3 as a move.
Queen b3, yes, if black moved the queen somewhere, then knight d5 could be an idea at some point. Yeah, but so far,
Yeah, but at the moment rook on a6 is hanging,
Yes,
so that's
rook.
I have to. Yeah, so maybe it's not so easy to find a move here for white at the first place, because black can always play rook a7, some.
what about
Silent move.
queen b7? Yes, with the idea of double or triple heavy pieces on b5.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, first we have to. So white moves like rook e1 or rook e1 maybe. Yeah.
Rook e1,
No, but my first question would be different.
yes.
White did everything to play bishop e3.
Yes.
Queen d3 and king e2, you cannot do more to play this move. So why I am not allowed to do it now?
Yes, you can.
So do we have some... no, that's not working. I was thinking about bishop b5, but that's again way too much. So do we have some sacrifices? Knight takes d5 doesn't look like it should work. Okay, maybe take one time on e3 and then go queen b3.
Yeah, reasonable.
So queen cannot, yeah, well, queen can move to d3 back, but okay. At the moment, the threat is knight takes d5, because knight cannot take, rook is hanging on a2.
Yes.
So maybe queen d3 is a move, or rook d1.
Or rook e1.
Rook e, d.
Rook ha1.
ha1. Ah, okay, I understand. So let's see, what can I come up with? Maybe this one.
No, this is the place. Well, the king ran for the safety. King f2.
King f2. And yeah.
And you
then
have
it
more
was
and-
only a check.
More and more, yes, pieces hanging.
So okay, then have a look here again. Bishop e3 was my idea. What else can we do? But bishop b5 is. I want to play bishop b5, but I cannot make it work. And bishop e3, by the way, happened in the game. So this is the actual position on the board. And Alina is deep into thoughts now. Because this position she should have seen when she played knight a6.
Yes.
And now it's a question if her idea that she had when she played knight a6 works, or she realizes that something is wrong.
Once it's clear, black should demonstrate some concrete tactical ideas in this position. Otherwise, white will
Slowly but surely improve.
develop rook on
and,
h1, then evacuate the king to the proper place, king side, and it will be just pawn up
without any compensation. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So it's maybe not so clear what we have to do in this position right now. I would like to somehow put my knight to f4, but it doesn't work. Yeah, I would like to do so many things, but all of them are. It's always a problem. Okay, you said concrete tactics. I say I start with rook a7.
Well, this could be the move. Yes.
Because I want to put it maybe to b7 and to make it more effective.
Rook on b7. Okay, rook d1, say.
Rook d1.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's see what you're up to against my idea.
But still no threat.
No, no. That's true.
Somehow I like to run with my king from the center. In this way I will take on c5.
I will take with the queen.
Yes. And let's say king f1.
Yeah, now I try to double on b file. But okay, it feels safe for
I do
white.
protect.
Rook d2 or
Rook
something.
d2.
Yeah. No, that's not enough. So, I'm not sure what to do here with black. I'm really not sure. So maybe white found a way to keep the position and especially to keep the extra pawn. Okay, I have another idea.
Yes.
h5.
Great.
I don't want your king to feel too safe on the king's side, so
What are you doing after bishop take c5?
I don't care. I take with the pawn.
But now I have two passed pawn.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a lot of desperation in the move h5, but I didn't like the other moves, so I have to try something more.
Okay, once again I move the king from the center.
Where?
And I reserve to f2.
To f2. Okay, I continue with
Knight e2.
h4. Knight e2. So this checks is always met by some.
Absolutely.
So I will. Go on with trying to open the
looks
position.
Really desperate.
Yeah,
So
it is.
because-
I'm guilty of all charges, but I have to try, I think.
I like to keep eye on your rook on a6, but maybe I could. Any developing move by rook on from h1 should be okay for white in this position. Rook e1, rook d1, rook c1 either.
Okay, so I go
Yes, and king g1.
king g1. Yeah, that's desperation. That's too much.
Yeah.
That's way too much. But I don't know. Then I don't see on the first. I don't see any.
And that's why black spending time in this
Yeah.
position.
Right. So we maybe go to the next game. To two players with 6 points, And we left the position here after d5, knight e5, queen b3.
Yes.
That's the position where we stopped. And knight fd7 happened.
Very interesting move. I would never predict such move.
Yeah.
Yes, but it was played. Yeah.
So idea knight c5 with tempo.
Yes.
Easy idea, but the question is, does it work? And I'm surprised. Why not after bishop e3, knight g4?
But knight from g4, not attacking c4 pawn. So
Yeah, but I want to have your bishop.
okay, the bishop will move, probably on d2.
Okay, then knight c5.
And knight c5, queen will retreat to c2.
Mm-hmm. And now a5. I don't want you to kick away my knight too easily.
Yes. Should I stop your a4 move? b3 could be the move.
b3, yeah.
Yes.
So a4, you play b4, so
Yes.
that's not what I want. And so I maybe continue with what I would say is normal, maybe bishop d7,
Rook b1.
rook b1, and c6.
We could start some action against the knight on c5 with a3.
Mm-hmm. I understand. So a4 is met by maybe even, no, but take, I don't.
a4 we will probably just take. It will be wealthy pawn up.
Yeah, okay, that's maybe a possibility, but okay. Yeah, I thought that maybe here even knight g5 is an idea. Or knight f4, I don't know. I don't know. Because after take, I maybe have this.
Oh, I'm not sure. There is knight c5, which is very unpleasant.
Ah, knight c5 is indeed very unpleasant. So that was my whole point, but okay. Then, okay, but in the game b6 happened. And knight b5, knight c5, queen c2, a5. I don't like the white squares. I have to be honest. I don't like the white squares.
Me too.
So that does not feel right. Knight f4. So white would be happy about bishop takes b5. Obviously, otherwise
Yes.
she could have moved it to d4.
Yes, after bishop take b5, then the square on e6 became
Yeah.
really weak.
Yeah. So rook c8, knight d4, queen e8, knight d. Yeah. Okay, I'm not entirely sure if it's necessary to do it right now. On the other hand, what to do? What else to do? So she decided to play knight d6, and we have some more moves.
Yes.
So knight d6, knight takes e6, pawn takes, bishop c6, and she took on c6 now. No, she did not take on c6, but playing knight d5. I have to admit I like white position. I really have to admit. Because so much space advantage, white squares are not what I would like them to be. And at some point, maybe white has to take on d5, and then white has bishop pair, weak c7 pawn.
Yeah, definitely.
So
Definitely.
Something went wrong, but okay, I have the feeling that this time it's not such huge time trouble, but still, this is a very complicated position. And black has only left 35 minutes, so it will be interesting. But okay, we will continue. This is the position right now.
Pieces are very passive.
Yeah.
I probably have to look for our special guest.
Yeah, take a look.
Because it is 5 p.m.
Yeah, okay,
And
you
we
will
agree?
look for him. I will continue commentating,
Yes, please.
and when you are here, we will make a break. Yeah. So
Thank you.
let's have a look at Anna Musicuk against Irina Bulmaga. We left it here, yeah, queen b3 I think we didn't see. And here Irina followed with knight b6. Of course, this knight is heading to d5 to block the isolated pawn. Knight always is the best piece to block this kind of pawn. And then changing some minor pieces and making some pressure at d4. Bishop e3, knight d7, of course first developing, and maybe even this knight can go via f6 to d5, a4, a5, weakening the knight on b6. That's the reason for a4, provoke a5, and now it's more difficult, or at least one piece always has to have an eye on b6 knight. Knight c3, knight f6, d5. That is what we were talking about, but it's, as far as I can see, pawn sacrifice for a few moves, but our special guest just arrived, so we will make a very short break and be back in a second.
So I am glad to represent you, our special guest, Grandmaster and President of European Chess Union, Zurab Azmayparashvili. Also European champion.
Yeah, once upon a time, yeah.
So, as a, well, we will take opportunity, first of all, as a Vice President of FIDE and President of...
No, I'm not vice president. Actually. I was
upon
again.
the time,
Yeah.
upon the time, and
Yeah.
President of European Chess Union.
Yeah.
Yes, we would like to ask first of all how Mr. Azmayparashvili like the tournament,
Recent tournament in Riga,
Yes.
yeah. So actually, when you have friends around and with Latvian Chess Federation, and especially with Aris Ozonis, who is the president of the federation, we have a quite long relationship, which started in our childhood, actually, in Liepāja, in his native city here. So when Aris and Latvian Chess Federation, with support of the government, they make a proposal to organize women championship here in Riga. And next year we'll hold the European Youth Championship as well, also in Riga. We pay serious attention on it, and Aris make a very special proposal. I don't remember last 4 or 5 years period, where the prize fund of the ladies tournament was so high like it is here in Riga. And we are very proud that the event is going in one of the best hotel in Latvia, Conference and Spa Radisson Hotel, and also players are playing here. I asked already many players, at least whom those I have a very special friendly relationship as well as a chess player, and all of them, they are happy. That's important for me as a president of ECU, that confirmation from the players. You know, one side is the organizer, one other side is the arbiters and officials and etc. But for whom we are doing this condition, this is for players. And when players are satisfied, this is the most important, and I could say that Latvia really can be proud because of this organization. And I would like to really thank especially Latvian government. I know very well that Dana, who is a chess player and at the same time Minister of Finance of Latvia, she is doing the best for sport and of course especially for chess. And we have a really very good partner, and we will care about our partner.
Thank you very much, Zarab, for such nice evaluation of.
That's what mine. Really, players are talking like this, so it's how I say it's much more important. Because officials, you know, if you analyze situation, officials always they want to please the organizer. This is normal, but not almost more than 50%. We know that players are not happy. More than 50% tournament, if you follow, they will find a way. This is not good here, this is not good, this is not good. Here, really, everybody are satisfied. You see the faces.
So far, they could complain on weather.
Well, weather, you know, there is something which organizers, but you see, the weather is becoming better.
Just 2 days ago, it was snowing,
Yeah. I know.
and tomorrow rain.
Unfortunately, what to do?
Well, and well, another question goes to the International Chess Federation. Yes, because you surely aware of latest confusion, we could say, around the personality of FIDE president Kirsan Ilumzhinov. How could you comment all those things which run around his name?
Well, you know.
Yes, please.
Controversial information were coming in the beginning when the first presidential board happened. First quarter of the presidential board in Athens, 25th of March. FIDE published actually a statement where understanding of the statement was that Kirsan Ilumzhinov resigned, but some people understand in different, probably the language, probably, I don't know, I'm not a big specialist of the English language, probably it was written like this, that people understand that Kirsan Ilumzhinov himself signed some documents, and the documents, why it's not published, the documents. And for clarifications, especially after Kirsan Ilumzhinov's statement that there is some theory of conspiracy against him and there is some board members who are looking on his chair, for his chair, etc., etc. I feel a responsibility to clarify it, at least for the ECU federations who are our members, what really happened there. Of course, I'm far away to say that Kirsan Ilumzhinov signed some paper, but I have to say that unfortunately under big emotional stress and he really declared several times that he resigned. But I don't say that he signed the paper. Again, why all this happened, this is another, and this is much more important for me than whatever declaration were behind, and especially Russian propaganda, what Russian propaganda is doing. Now they want to introduce Kirsan as a hero who is fighting with all world, that Americans are here involved and Europeans, they are following American decision. Of course, it's all this, it's to be honest, is absolutely far away from the truth. The truth is like this, that there is a crisis. In crisis, Of course, it's not only one person who is responsible and guilty for this crisis, but FIDE lives many years like this. FIDE live, we can say here that last period, even financial situation in FIDE become worse and worse. So these people have to understand that when in the beginning, Kirsan Lumzhinov, he was really spending a lot of money for chess, but it was always will be from the chess player side, from the organizer side, from the official side, federation, it will be appreciated all the time. But the problem, in my opinion, is becoming when you're ruling something 22 years. Of course, it's already crisis is coming because it's like a small dictatorship, which is not normal. Which is not normal for me. You have to be absolutely excellent, and people are waiting this startup what you did in the beginning. So when you are actually not moving on this direction, and something is going wrong, then as a head of the organization, you are becoming the responsible. And especially this crisis, of course, become much worse after the American sanction. After the American sanction, when Kirsan Lumzhinov went to the sanction list, FIDE got several times FIDE account was blocked. This is the real true story. FIDE account was blocked until the clarification that Mr. Lumzhinov is not anymore in charge of the administration and finances and etc. etc. And this is not a joke, it's a serious thing. Again, now everybody, we are human being, and everybody have a right to defend himself. And we understand like this, and that Kirsan Lumzhinov should have a right to defend himself in front of any institution. Kirsan, every time he introduced that he have lawyers and he's defending himself, but the process is the process is staying on E2. The process is not going far from this. The question is like this, that for the future, to think for the future, Kirsan is declaring that he will run again for FIDE presidency. So, what is a fight? Fight is for a sport, for the chair, or fight is against institution which put Kirsan in the sanction list, which is a institution, American Treasury. It's an institution to protect U.S. currency, U.S. dollar.
Yeah, this is
So,
very serious
And
enemy. Yeah.
this, it's not, in my opinion, this is not enemy. They are protecting their own currency, which is a world currency. You like it or not, this is different. But you should accept that without dollar, you cannot live. Without dollar, I mean organization, international organization, without dollar, without the negotiation, without the transfers, they cannot live. This is a reality. I believe that Kirsan Lumzhinov himself, he understands very well the situation, what's going on. Again, now, what people say to Kirsan, they have a full respect. And one day, it's unfortunate situation that for him and for us, for everybody as well, that happened this. But still FIDE is an organization which have a rules, regulations, law, etc., everything, where is written that president is becoming automatically honorary president with voting right of the board member. So, I don't think that Kirsan Lumzhinov, even in this position of the honorary president, he will lose the respect. Even I believe that if he will not continue such a fight, which is a propaganda fight, he will keep the respect of the not only board members, players, federations, organizers, but if Russia, how I see the situation, will continue fight against all world, they will introduce that these Americans, they start war against Russia. These Europeans, they follow this war against Russia. And there is a theory of the conspiracy against Russia. This will not help the situation. This will damage the situation in Russia and in the world as well. Because we understand very well that Russia is an important country for the chess world. This, in FIDE, not idiots are thinking. everybody analyzed the special role of Russian Chess Federation. And nobody wants to have an enemy as a Russian Chess Federation. I believe that normally people who are intelligent people, and I will believe that chess people have to be with brain, not without brain, they have to sit down and find a solution. And if there is a solution now, Kirsan Ilumzhinov cannot run because of this sanction, he has to understand that he cannot run. And he has to admit this. Nobody is really, they want to introduce that there is a conspiracy, now they want to kick out Kirsan Ilumzhinov. There was any declaration from any board member that we are making some kind of impeachment for Kirsan. After second presidential board, where, by the way, Kirsan Ilumzhinov himself apologized for all what in Russian media happened. He apologized concrete to board members, which names were mentioned there. And on the end of his speech, he said that I will agree for any decision which board will make here. This is actually very goodwill from his side, and board make a decision. Board make a decision that Kirsan Ilumzhinov, because of this sanction, correct, because of this sanction, he have no any right. He, of course, keeps the position of the president, but he have no administrative, no financial, no representation right.
Absolutely.
So, absolutely.
Yeah.
And he agree with this decision. And now to change this, moreover, Kirsan Ilumzhinov declared on the board that he feel now energy, he have friends in Russia, finally they wake up, his friends, they will support him, and he will continue to be a candidate for 2018 election. The board absolutely keep silence on this word, silence, I mean negative silence, and then board members, they share their opinion, and the opinion was like this: sorry, Kirsan, we are really sorry about this, but under this sanction you cannot run. Because you are damaging the organization. We are not talking now about the personalities. And I really wonder when this is somebody, I believe that for Kirsan FIDE, because he is ruling the organization 22 years, it should be like a child, correct? Absolutely. If it's your child and you respect your child, then you have to sacrifice yourself for your child. This is normal, and that's what normally human being is doing. And not to fight with the organization. And organization up to now really is protecting Kirsan very much. I'm telling you, when second statement came from FIDE, it was after long analysis not to damage Kirsan and not to put in the position where he feel some kind of unrespect or whatever. This is done by FIDE leadership. And I would like to say that I'm expecting that Russia will stop war against the world. And they will normally cooperate, and they will find a solution. Best solution, what will be for Russia and for the world.
Thank you so much for sharing your opinion and to explain.
Now, let's
go and see the game, because we already...
We are here because of this.
yes. Last free round and a lot of excitement, except first board today. Because
no, first board was actually what I say, especially when I see the position. Actually, today, this is a sport. Even people have to understand that draw also it's a strategy. I believe that today Nana Dzagnidze's strategy was much more successful than Maria Muzyczuk's strategy, because last period, if you analyze the situation, after especially Maria became a world champion, she was beating Nana Dzagnidze almost every tournament.
Yes, you know better.
So today Nana's strategy win, because she is one of the leader of the tournament. And she's fighting for the title here, European title. So for her it was important not to lose to the opponent to whom she is losing almost all last tournament.
So you know better background, okay, because for me it was always a kind of surprise. Nana Dzagnidze, who is in top 10, best player in the world since long time, yes, and who reached 2570, if I'm not mistaken, yes, not holding any title in chess.
Yeah, she's not holding him.
Yes.
Absolutely, I agree with you. So, we will see. Maybe
We will
she
see.
will be
We
more
will
lucky.
see. 2 more games to go.
Yeah.
So, what about second board?
By the way, it was
Alexandra Goryachkina.
very interesting
Yes.
opening, and right now,
Yeah.
Kashlinska Alina, she sacrificed a pawn. Now, it looks like this, that white, can
The
we
last
move?
position we analyzed, it
Yeah.
was knight e6, which should be taken because knight goes
Yeah,
to
of course.
b4 with a lot of damage.
They
Yes.
forced to
Yes,
take on
rook
a6.
and bishop e3 was played. Yes. Out from this position, yes.
Yeah, queen take h3.
Yes.
B5
We suppose
check,
that
king
black
f2.
should do something very, very tactical and
No,
immediately.
it's maybe not a question of the tactic. Just if you take on e3 and bishop c4, and then just take on d5, probably this will be enough for draw. But let's analyze. Can we analyze the position?
Yes,
To move a
sure.
little bit? Okay.
Yes.
Let's take on e3. Queen take e3, right?
Absolutely.
King take e3, bishop c4, attacking rook a3, yes?
Rook a3,
Rook
yes,
a3.
normal move.
Now I'm interested about rook b8 probably to include the move first, no?
Yes.
Rook b8, it's
Rook
more
b1.
correct because rook b1, and then to take with bishop or with knight? This is my question here. My question, maybe anyway with knight to force to take. No. Oh, you see, rook b8 we cannot.
Yes,
so
yes.
that's a mistake, rook b8. So we have to take immediately. Sorry, it's wrong mind. You know, these chess players are making. You know, we are chess players. We are professionals.
Yes, we are chess
You move this move, then you forget that the rook is not anymore on e8. Yeah, so.
What about rook a1?
No, let's
after
say knight d5.
Knight d5.
It was my
So
first,
we exchange the
first
knight.
thought. Take,
And we double the rook on
double
e5.
the rook.
Yes.
And now what to do with this? Because if we just simply move, then we'll take on a5, threatening bishop here, and also 8 line, last line. It's not. So it looks like this that white should have advantage here, clear advantage. So you cannot take it immediately.
Yes.
What to do?
Yes.
What to do then? If you take with bishop, there is any difference here? If you start with
Actually
bishop?
not. Same move forward.
Same, maybe not the same, not completely the same, but. Still, you are losing the pawn, yeah?
And then passed pawn, excellent pieces.
Yeah.
And even centralized king is.
So let's analyze in the beginning then what black can do. Maybe to start immediately with bishop c4,
Bishop
another
c4.
good opportunity. But with bishop c4, then clearly you have to take on b6.
Yes.
Rook b6, rook take a5, rook take b2, check. And now just knight e2, yeah?
Knight e2, we don't know which knight.
I agree with you. We don't know because no, actually we know most probably because I think this is G, knight G, no? With knight E, it's more dangerous to me. More dangerous. So if I want to make draw,
Yes, please.
can I take knight d5 or not? No, most probably not.
It's not a draw because the knight.
Take knight d5, rook d5, bishop d5, take rook d2, and then take on d5. So most probably that you will survive, but you will suffer because 2 knights will make
and rooks.
will make a hard life here a little bit. Yeah. So if you start with h5 here,
h5, h4.
h4, yeah.
Yeah. And then
H5,
pawn on h5
h4.
will always hanging.
Yes, it's hanging. Pawn. Can you do something here? Of course, you can sacrifice here. Take on e4. Take, rook e1, rook take h4. Still, you are fighting for draw. It's not draw. It's not draw. So we cannot see exactly where is the draw. Yeah?
We could only evaluate the endgame as pleasant for white.
Pleasant for white, and still I believe that very good chances for black for draw. Good chances, but maybe not enough. Depend of your technique.
Yes. By the way, bishop c4 was played in the game.
Yeah, you
and,
see? Okay.
and yes, this is the game.
This is a
real
game now, real
Yes.
game. Let's go for the real game. Now, it's already
And now the
taken.
position with
Of course, we'll take on
no,
a5. We know already. Rook take b2. But if we just avoid the situation, you think knight g3 can be in the better position, yeah? Knight e2. Another opportunity is a knight h5, no?
yes, then rook e1.
Then just simply rook e1.
And then knight e4.
Here probably even not knight e4 is one opportunity. I agree with you. Threatening knight d3 as well. And what to do, it's not clear. So knight h5, a good move, should be. If you take on h5, maybe just take, ignore everything. You take here and
Yes,
king g3.
g3.
So maybe it's not so bad.
This is very good for white
Yeah, because knight f4 is coming.
because bishop is empty.
Then this bishop have to take here.
Yes.
And
But
again.
even here, king g3, not necessary, but king g3 looks very
And not only
decent.
king g3,
Yeah, yeah.
So knight h5 is not helping again.
Yes.
Then it's clear. Then it's clear. The advantage again, white have a pleasant position. So then we have to go for plan B. Plan B is like this, take, and rook e5. This is our plan B.
But we will
you'll
even protect the pawn.
Rook c1 first.
Rook c1 or rook e1?
Or rook e1. Why rook e1?
Rook a1. Yeah.
Okay, a1,
Yes.
c1. Okay, it's maybe it doesn't make any big difference. Okay, h6, h5. I don't know. h5. No, it's.
h5.
You see, I'm here. You are suffering because all move can be h5 in some moment will be weak. Maybe h6 you have to start, but again h4, h5 can put your king will be in danger with two knights.
But I even not.
Here you can protect first.
But then you will attack again. Yes.
Yeah.
But what would happen if white choose something like rook d1? How you could attack the pawn?
Just rook d1 in the beginning.
Yes.
Great move. So then sorry, you have to start another. Another option is immediately to start taking the pawn. Rook d2. There is no option.
And now we have this endgame with.
This is endgame. Which one? I personally believe there is a good chance to make a draw. But
We trust your experience.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's, you can lose also. It's clear that you cannot win. So we considered like Goryachkina, because she's leader of the tournament, she can even increase leadership, had to be solo leader after this game. Yes?
No, it was
she had
sharing leading with Nana.
yes,
Yeah.
sharing and leading. But right now, because she has a better position, yeah, clearly, yeah?
Yes.
There is.
She has excellent chance to take solo lead. Yeah, in the
Yeah,
tournament.
okay.
Absolutely.
If you start with h5, what we consider here?
We discussed about h4.
h4.
And then pawn h5 is fragile.
If you just make a g6 here, I don't know, this g6, do we need it or not? No, I don't. If you start with rook c8, there is another. Like
No, rook
this.
c8, rook c1, very unpleasant pin. And
Of course, not to take here, yeah? It's to something completely wrong.
yes.
And if you start with rook d2, it doesn't help the situation. Not clear. How to evaluate this for two results playing? We like such position with white. We cannot say that this is wrong. No. Knight d7, knight d5, but still, what you are threatening is not clear. Maybe like this. Go. Rook d7.
And we could probably process to other game,
Yes.
unless.
What is the next game? Sochko?
Yes, Sochko.
Okay, let's proceed this game.
It was Leningrad system, and actually the position has been improved since last time we saw. This was the last position we analyzed, and
Last
it was
position,
it was not nice at all. Very passive pieces.
Yeah, okay. In the very passive pieces become she took. Now it's again very passive and just changing, yeah, here. So now white have a clear plan, right? Just to concentrate on c7.
Double.
And a4 also, it's somehow, how they can protect after rook d4? Ah, queen c5. So we will she should start with queen c5 actually. White it's danger for white, because if exchange queen and b takes c5, then rook b8 and black is better, will be better in such situation. So white have to avoid such a.
Anyway, rook on d1 doing nothing. So rook
So
c1.
king, no, why not king h2 to start with just normal taking out important, preparing rook d4.
Yes.
And now it's your move.
I would evaluate this position as difficult for black.
For black,
Yes.
yeah, it looks like difficult for black
Because
now,
it
right
is
now.
clear plan.
Okay, it's only tactic. It's a small tactic. It's like queen c5 to avoid. And if black cannot exchange queen, it's clear that because of these fantastic pieces on knight is out of the game also. Only queen is active. Only queen is active, but again, queen, you cannot change. You have to change that somehow to block the line C. If you are not blocking line C, you are out of the game.
Maybe try to stop this plan
Okay,
with knight e4.
okay, just in this case, you just will lose the pawn,
Yes.
like this, and if I just go rook d4 again, I will not give b2 pawn. I will try to take this pawn, rook c1, rook c5. I don't know, rook d1, another rook. Rook f5, yeah?
Yes.
Like this, rook f5. So you're still alive. I don't like that you're like this can. And if I take, you take just simply here, right? So what to do? g4. Then maybe c6. So it's not so clear, and then if you take it, I take here.
White should be better because of king, but
Because of king. Right now it's only hope is to have some kind of attack there. But again, attacking, you should prepare this attack. It's without preparation, it's not easy. Should I take in the beginning immediately or not?
yes, this is another question.
This is another question, yeah.
But c6 is already coming.
C6 is coming also, yeah.
Maybe white are faster with g4,
With g4?
to open g file in order to attack.
Yes, to open, but how? Immediately to start like this?
Immediately.
You are getting c6, I think, back.
Yes.
no?
Immediately with g4 with the bishop on g2 and knight. on
Bishop,
g4.
bishop, okay, anyway, of course g4, there will be no reaction on g4. There should be reaction c6 again.
Then we have g take f5 and we open g file.
Okay, but I open also with some tempo.
Okay. So queen goes to d3.
Queen goes on d3, which means if I take here, you take. Okay, just take this, you take, and I just go on f6, back. Protecting on d5, so
And
better
we
to
have
take.
not nice bishop on g2.
Yeah, you see now it's
Yes.
all will be changed. there is no more initiative. White, I don't know, will survive or not.
Only
Not
weak
clear.
pawn, absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
So
not
C6
clear.
is serious contra play, and we have
So you have to. I believe that you have to take on d4 to keep some kind of initiative for future development. Like probably you take here. It's a rook d4 again, analyzing. If rook f5, then queen take e4, and if queen take b2, then g4. Maybe like this. Where rook will go?
But do we have c6 instead of rook f5?
Well, you try. c6 you can try. Now, if we take here, so, okay, c6 is, let's start taking, in this one, no?
Yes. Rook takes c6.
Rook takes c6. Okay, I was thinking to take, but you still can
Yes,
take here.
still queen b2 is there.
And take here, we have a pawn up, but
Yes, but rook c2.
c2, what to do, rook f2. Protecting. Okay, at least pawn is.
1 pawn for white. Absolutely, yeah. This could be better for white.
Could be better. That's why normally it's better to take. Did they play or not? No. Queen c5, you see how she played. She didn't play knight e4. It looks something she don't like. She played queen c5. No, let's move like this. Okay, and queen d2, of course not to. Oh no, but how it start? Knight f6, rook d4.
Rook d4.
Ah, okay, we just take a black move without. Oh,
No, we try to
H6?
move the king to h2.
move the king, h2. Ah,
Yes.
she immediately went.
And then knight e4 came.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
And queen d2. No, and now it's preparing, yeah? Even it's become better.
Now
Alright.
it became better comparing to what we saw before.
You see, Monica played better because I lost my feeling, you know. I make a prophylactic, okay, to avoid everything. She without prophylactic.
No, surely they are better than we are.
Yeah, you see, easily.
Because Monica
How-
concentrate
how-
on her game, yeah.
How to use this, I don't know. c6 you cannot do because rook c1. So,
Rook c1 is coming. Maybe the last move was not precise.
but what to do? What to do here?
I wonder why not. Let's say.
You see, even she
yes.
didn't take a pawn because she can take queen c5, take on a4, but then black have some kind of initiative. So she just simply ignore queen d2. Correct. What to advise for black? To go for a passive difference, I would not advise because passive difference you just lost in 20 moves. Better in 10 moves to lose, at least to be active. Yeah. I don't know, to sacrifice something, maybe she will, no, if she will play b5, it's just okay, rook c1 and it's
Looks like
dead.
serious advantage white in
Yeah,
this game.
Here, okay, knight e4, of course we'll take on e4, take on e4, rook c1, what to do here, nothing, yeah? Queen b5, coming back, and just like this.
But we could also collect the pawn. Do we?
Do we collect on e4?
On e4, yeah.
And if I play c6, c5? No,
c6
nothing.
we could pin, rook c4.
No, very difficult position.
We just pawn up.
Okay, let's continue. If we continue like this.
Okay, first rook d4, protect the g4, kick out the rook.
Now c5. You take. Yeah?
Even not necessary, because...
Rook d3 then you have to
yes,
play.
rook.
I don't know, rook d3 maybe it's a little bit passive. But you're right, of course it's a still pawn up. Whatever passive is, a passive pawn up, e4 is coming and d4
Yes,
and
e4 is
f5 and
coming.
okay, it's a, even if you take what will happen? Like this, maybe it's less, yeah?
Okay, now the black pieces respire at least.
Yeah, after rook d3,
Rook d3 or rook c4.
also rook c4 is possible. Any move, it's, even he can play maybe e4 here.
Okay, this is to exchange passive rook against active on
Is
d4.
this what,
Yeah.
e4, what you can do?
Probably take on d4.
No, okay, I don't think that this is a good one. You can start with this. No, you can start with this. What you can do now? Rook f6.
No, rook f8. But it's very...
Rook f8. What?
No, this is
rook
out
f8.
of, out of...
Queen d4.
Yes, yeah.
Immediately it's out. So you cannot. Almost losing position. So we can consider this one. Yeah? Like the queen, you see, passive difference because she was losing like this. She decided to lose in 20 moves. Instead of 10, 20. Definitely black cannot survive now because there is no just. The best will be for black somewhere rook endgame without pawn, yeah?
Yes.
This will be the best. Which one? I don't know how they can succeed even this, but
What do you prefer? Play against c7 or play against the king? With bishop
no,
f3, g4?
no. I would suggest here to dominate like rook c6 and then try to win this pawn, b5 pawn. Why not? To threat this, not to allow black to leave the c file, okay, from rook c, and then concentrate somehow to make a small prophylactic and then take out both pawn like this. Yeah.
I see. So bishop f3, king h2.
Of course,
even
that's
no
a
need.
king bishop. No,
Yeah.
king g2 somewhere to put king on g2, which not to be attacked from any side, and then collect the pawn. Yeah, so like this. Once when I won with Karpov, actually with b5, I was afraid of this, that when I play b5, that he will block my pawn on b5, because how Karpov, his mental was that he wanted to find out one small weak point of the opponent and then concentrate on it. Here it's a clear c7, b5 is a 2 weak points actually.
I remember that game
Yes,
from Soviet
but that was
Championship.
his mistake, and we calculate his mistake because he want to win with small, no sacrifice, no nothing. He don't want to give any chance, and we understood this that he will try like this, and then he will miss our exchange sacrifice. So which one he missed?
That time very few people played Pirk defense. Yeah. And very few people beat Karpov, yeah, as well. Let's go and see Anna Muzichuk.
Yeah,
Yes.
Anna. Even it's slightly better.
It was very surprising opening, like in defense. Yeah.
Surprising by Anna, yeah, because she
Alek
normally
defense was played by black, and actually not the main line, because c6, and I don't know how far they played, but all toss move black played instantly, and now we have isolated pawn position. But black not equalized totally. Still.
not totally. Still, they have a small problem, which is mainly connected with pawn a5. But again, it's a weak point and strong point also because keeping bishop on b4. To now, okay. Normally, such a game should end draw, but you will see.
And rook d8. This is the actual position.
Yeah, this is actual position right now. Rook d8.
Anna decided to play from the safety position with minimal advantage.
So let's say if he takes now, she can take Anna d8.
Yes.
Rook take d8. And what happens if I take on b7? There is some problem.
Yes, there is problem.
Which can I take on b2 or no?
Yes.
Then can I take on h6? Like maybe not. Who knows?
Maybe not, because rook on b7 not protected.
Rook on b7 is not protected, so queen
but,
b1.
But queen pinned to g7.
Queen b1, queen
Yes.
b1. Okay, then okay, it's simply
Yes,
like
bishop
this.
d6, g3.
This is g3, yes, and then you're out. Yeah. So you cannot.
So we cannot do this, but this is still not the end of queen d4.
Queen d4.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because rook on b7 doing nothing, and pawn a4 is weak.
Okay, then can I go here or not on f5? Maybe let's try what will happen. Queen d5.
But now it's it's not a piece. No, I was thinking queen d1, queen d6, but there is bishop
No,
f4.
no.
Yes, queen d5.
Forcing actually to exchange, yeah?
Yes.
Or coming back. Take, and if I go now bishop e3, you just go for my,
Pawn.
after my pawn.
Yes.
And what you can do here? Absolutely nothing, yeah?
Nothing. White should
okay.
be careful.
Okay, not, not so careful. It's
Not
a
so
draw.
careful, yes, I agree.
So, how to evaluate this small advantage for bigger advantage? Any chances? There is not bishop e4.
That's why Anna spending so heavy the reflection time. Only 3 minutes the move she played.
Okay, it's
finally.
clear that today what she tried with minimum like
And she
the
played, and she
sources
played
to
rook
win the
b7.
game.
Yes. Rook
Immediately rook
Yes,
b7.
rook b7 immediately. Yeah, this is the game. Yeah, with 4 minutes left. For almost 14 moves.
So what is a okay? Now queen b2 cannot because of bishop d4. Yes.
Yes.
So there is a difference.
But we could exchange on the
No,
one.
if you exchange, there is another opportunity is coming that if you are, of course, considering to take this pawn, maybe this is danger a bit. First of all, rook f7, it's okay. Rook f7 maybe it's not so important. Maybe important. We have to calculate. Or another opportunity is a queen c5 or queen d7, but rook f8. Yes, just.
Yes.
I don't see what we can achieve from this. So if I take on queen rook f7, you should take. I don't see any other solution. Better to take. My advice to take.
Then
what to do? Okay, I take.
Yes.
You go.
yes,
Check.
king g6.
Question mark. Maybe bishop e7 is better to play. That will be closer this bishop, like this. You take on c8. I make check. Igon,
Yes.
and I take. Yeah. Can I lose this?
Also okay. No,
Should be okay for black.
should be okay.
Yeah. So. Then what to do in this position? How she can use? Bishop take h6. There is another opportunity, right?
And actually, those moves were played.
Okay, bishop take h6 here.
It's not a big deal because there is same endgame.
What do you mean, same end game?
The endgame is different. No. Queen c2 I was. No, it's different position. Queen c2, queen g4.
Queen c2, queen g4. It's a little bit changed, yeah. This whole concept because now we cannot really attack my queen to exchange. You lose the main d file. Actually important file because then you're making rook d1, rook a1. Here c1 is protected.
Yeah, this is the position, by the way, on the game because
So it's
black
clear now,
took
bishop-
on d1,
So bishop
queen
takes?
d1,
Yeah.
and now is
Bishop
white
H-
move.
Bishop h6, yeah? Just take.
Not yet, but
Okay, we'll be done. Yeah?
bishop h6. could
Maybe
be
it's
done.
already done because we are 15 minutes, yes? I understand.
No. This is live.
Ah, this is live.
Yes.
Oh, great.
On
great.
your telephone is 15 minutes.
Maybe.
yeah.
Okay. So bishop h6 should be plain. Let's count what is a no. Can I play something like no, rook d8, rook e8? I'm not threatening anything, right?
No, bishop just returned to e3.
Yeah. So. And here is the queen c4. Attacking this. And we cannot take also this. So easy. Huh?
So queen c2, queen g4.
Queen c2, queen g4. But here, okay, of course she took on h6.
Yes.
Queen c2, queen g4. And okay, now pawn up is pawn up. At least she achieved what she wants from the.
Bishop f8. I even can. I have no suggestion.
No, but okay, bishop
this.
f8. But they will fight for survival.
Okay,
nothing
rook
more.
c4, grabbing pawn on.
No, okay, I'll go there. Why you're grabbing the pawn? Not immediately. Yes. Rook c4 is another because f8 bishop will be not so.
Queen c4
Not
probably.
so. Queen c4.
But queen c4 even not threatening.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, the threat is to change the queen.
Yeah, to change a queen, it's a threat. Yeah, because then you really will survive.
Yes.
So what to do? Queen d7. Let's go. If you are not making, okay, let's. a5 pawn. My concentration will be to take this pawn.
This is wealthy pawn up.
Yes, just no advantage. Again, we consider that Anna Muzychuk, she succeed what she wants. Okay, the another question is if she will win. Now it's Batsiashvili playing with black with Elina Danielian. So it looks like that last move is okay, bishop is in a horrible position on h2, but from the other point, it's a two bishop and some weaknesses for black, yes? White have a clear advantage, right? Correct?
But black's move.
Yes, but white have advantage. In any case, what black can do? Rook is out. I'm sure that white will succeed to win the pawn.
Yes. Pawn d5 is very weak.
I have no idea how to. Maximum, what I say that they can use the situation how to win some kind of tempo to include the rook in the game. Without rook, they will just lose the game. Yeah, so they must do. Black can still make a castle or not? This is my question.
Good question. Seems like they can.
They can, yes. King not move.
And rook as well.
Rook as well. So because in such a position, you have to think about so there can be such a trick.
You could move your rook and then forget.
Sorry, you cannot because computer don't allow you. So if for example, I want to start with knight b6, you take on b5, yeah, most problem. I take bishop d3. Now you are threatening here to take, and now to make a castle. You take or not? Normally you should take.
But all goods remain.
Then I play
Knight
like
on
this.
d5. Yeah.
So now I'm protecting f4, so your bishop is out, and I have a good chance to make a draw. And even not worse, because bishop e7 is coming next move. So around draw. Or bishop c4, bishop g4 can be like this. Maybe still the worst position. But rook b8 is coming.
Rook b8
Don't
is-
forget about. So looks like a draw. So if they can make a castle, then it's clear. It's okay. You can include the rook finally in the game. Oh my God, what is this? What I don't like to put king on this. Somehow the understanding of position is like this. Now the point for white is to include the bishop. Yes.
It is the same idea. To
No.
put knight on d5
No,
without giving
no,
the
this is
pawn.
wrong idea in my opinion because I will start with f4 now. I must start. I have no option.
But now rook could come from g8.
Well,
into
okay,
the
then
game.
king f1. King f1, I can just go. I don't
Knight
care.
b6.
Knight b6, that's fine because you are attacking, so I go here. Rook bishop b3. Now this pawn it's under stress. Maybe a5 we should go, but a5 it's another story. Maybe before a5 now. But what black can achieve? What is my question? Maximum again is a draw, yeah? Or she want to play g4 here.
No.
Why?
No g4.
Why? Why not g4? So if for example I play for stupid g4, you take on g4, I take with my rook on g4, you play rook c6, yeah? This is the best. And then I protect like this. Then you play bishop
And then
d1.
I win the piece after rook d6.
Ah, sorry. Bravo. Good. So no, it's clear. Maybe it looks like this that h2 is untouchable. So then g4 is wrong.
Yes.
So then around draw. We
But I
consider
agree with
this
you,
one.
something wrong with king on a6. Yeah.
Yeah, so I generally don't like, when you have a pawn on h4, king on e7 doesn't look nice, yeah? So you consider with white that white without f4 they cannot move. So they will play this move one day. And then bishop will come on f4 and will attack your h4 pawn.
Absolutely.
So it's,
yes,
it's
you cut
something
your
is-
own bishop on half.
Yeah, it's,
because one diagonal is talking.
I understand maybe position it's completely drawish and will finish a draw, but it's better to be, you see? Now Bulmaga, it looks like this that she did not count well. So let's coming back to Goryachkina. It was most interesting
Yes.
game because at least we are now analyzing leader's game, yeah? So pawn up.
G6 was played. Just G6, and this is confirmation that the position is already very difficult.
Yeah, but she played. You see how now try to avoid.
Yes.
King is free. Knight d7. Rook c1. She went back. Knight d4.
Knight d4.
What is this? This knight d4. It looks like this that I cannot take g2 pawn. Or?
Probably not.
Why? Because of by bishop it's under threat, yeah.
But how,
So rook a4, maybe something like this.
how to catch the bishop?
No, because if you take, for example, on g2, which is
Yes,
absolutely first what you have to calculate, right?
Yes.
Then I take and I go here. Rook a4. Say like this. Addressing you. If knight b6, then I just play rook b4.
No, knight b6, not.
No, knight b6 can be
Yes.
knight d5. Then knight b6, knight d5 is coming. So here you cannot this. Then why not here? Knight b5 maybe. What she's maybe catching on this line or other knight. Maybe other knight even. Not to have an opportunity to rook d5. So okay, anyway, I take, you take. Let's say like this, attacking d6. But that's an important pawn, by the way. And I'm opening my king. So the best solution is rook c8, rook b8 to activate. You take, or not. Or maybe rook include somewhere. Rook c3 also possible. I like some kind of this prophylactic and not to be attacked.
Yeah, this looks better for white, but why should we exchange our knight against your bishop, which...
Stupid bishop.
Yes. Maybe
Yeah, bishop
knight
is
d1.
stupid, but you know, it's keeping my rook on a5. And I will try to play f5 also, you know, with black. I don't have options. You have to attack something on d6. If you don't attack d6, so what do you want to achieve with white?
Let's say knight a4.
Knight a4.
So I
With the
stop
same
knight
idea.
d6, so no more danger to d5 pawn. And bishop is
Under attack. So what to do? Knight e5?
knight e5. And after knight e5, even
f4? f4?
I'm a little bit scary to play f4, but what is there? Check, king d3, nothing there.
Okay, knight f5. Okay, this is logical move at least. So knight g4, correct?
Yes, and after king f3,
And you are now, I'm out of two pieces, right?
yes.
Rook d2 is not valid because you just take rook c4.
Yes.
And I'm just losing the game, eh? Without...
Okay, you have check on h2.
Okay, check on h2 I make. Okay, what do you do?
I will run to h3.
Okay,
No, I cannot.
so you
run
cannot.
to h3.
This is a problem,
So
yeah?
this is a draw.
This is a draw.
Aha.
No, you run on h3, how it's a draw?
I'm pretty sure there is check.
But black is
After
okay here, absolutely okay
H.
here, because
No, king-
you see here is
No,
h5,
Then knight e3.
and then knight
Yeah,
e3. So then just take on e4. No, you lost the game here. Your king is completely
king
out.
is
Horrible situation. No, you see, you cannot take. Then what's the problem? Then is no problem.
Intuitively, f4 I do not like.
I don't like as well also f4.
Yes, but maybe knight c6 is a good solution.
Knight c6.
Yes. Maybe other move. What about knight b6?
But if I make here check, you see, it's very complicated, I believe.
Again, this is
Again, on d4.
No, there is knight on f3.
Knight
so
f3, you have
knight
to
f3,
take
king
here,
c4.
and then I take here. So, of course, you can win, but you can also lose.
This
the
may be
position.
okay for white, but what?
No, it's
I
not
will.
clear,
I will.
it's
I will.
not-
I change my mind. Instead of knight c6, I will try knight b6. So knight a4 is a move.
Knight a4 is a move for you. They don't play yet. Ah, she took on d4.
Yes.
Knight a4,
knight a5,
knight e5.
and knight b6.
Knight b6.
What about that? Everything is protected. Your bishop is still
Under pressure.
actually is lost. Your bishop.
Not yet.
But now f4 looks like a winning move.
Now f4, yeah? Not clear. Again, I take on e4 now.
Okay, we take
E5.
take on e5.
On e5, it's clear.
Yes.
Rook take e5, yes.
And then knight d7.
Then what?
Knight d7.
Knight d7.
Yes, which is very unpleasant.
Knight d7, maybe it's really unpleasant. So what I can do? I can do my maximum here. I cannot sacrifice everything.
Then I will be 2 piece up.
To piece up, yes, you're absolutely right. Or if I take here, you will take here. I don't know, you will take here. No, you will take it. No. Here, almost I'm losing. If I take, no. Cannot survive, yeah, difficult.
Okay. It will
Difficult
be,
to survive.
it will
Therefore,
be
it's
very difficult to out from that position. Yeah.
Knight b6, tricky. Knight b6. Very
You have some. The piece is not lost because you have some rook a2, but I don't think.
No, okay, two, it's not a... here, you see, they play already. They went on my first line, that she is trying to win without big blood. So she wants to just transfer when king will be very active and d pawn will be also some...
But instantly, with 7 remaining minutes, very difficult to calculate all those variations with bishop
Yeah,
on c4.
maybe she just take a pragmatic way. Most
This is safe
pragmatic way.
advantage without stress.
Yes, but maybe it's a not advantage which is giving the victory, yes? Maybe. Because rook b8 actually, we say rook b8.
Rook b8, yeah. And we discussed about rook c7. Well, it's good to exchange one rook here, but how?
If I start with this,
Rook c3. But still,
but again, if I just go knight d5 and I take d6, and if I take, then you go king d4 maybe. Or maybe just take it here. And why my position is because you can attack me somewhere. If I start to push my pawn, let's say like this, I'm a completely idiot and pushing my pawn.
no, this is very reasonable. Wish. When you have a passed pawn, you have to push.
Yeah, okay. If you can make a, I don't think that you can make a mate to me on f7.
No mate, no mate. But I will attack your knight.
How?
Rook.
A7.
Yes, doing nothing on a5.
If I go on e5, then you took rook e7, yeah? You continue.
Rook f7.
Rook e7,
Rook
attacking my
e7. Or
knight.
king f4.
King f4 also possible.
Yes.
No danger at all.
And even king
So then you
even
see,
king d4 not
you see,
bad.
this is domination, some kind of
Yes.
domination. You don't have time for this, so you have to be also active, which means that I have to go knight e5 now, threatening at least knight take f3.
So rook b8 was
Rook
Was
b8
it
was of
played?
course played,
played.
and now expecting white move. I think rook c3 have to play because I don't like rook knight d6. Somehow my rook is entering here, and you don't have access probably. I don't know. King d4, then maybe I will make another check, and just I will take the pawn on f3, and black will be okay,
Yes, more than okay.
more than okay. So it's clear that you have to protect the third horizontal, right?
Yeah, rook
Must
c3.
you must. Oh no, I should play rook c7. Girls, they are very active. What to do? You cannot stop them. Maybe it's a best move. I'm making too much prophylactic. Yeah, maybe I was not doing like this when I played chess. Now it's too much.
Yes.
Okay, let's play.
This is to attack
Let's
the-
play 95. I don't know if.
But that rook on c3 was important in order to...
The question is like the 94. Maybe she's preparing a 4 here. That's maybe the trick. That knight is out of order.
But this is check.
Check, yes, must. King f3 and rook g1. There is no other solution. So I cannot still take on d6. What I can do,
You
h3.
go to h3, yes.
h3. Then my knight can go.
No, I should retreat to f6.
To f6 must. Must, yeah?
Yes.
If I
But
go.
now pawn are not moving. Knight. Knight d6 should be played because otherwise...
Yeah, and what to do? Rook b3, to king f2.
I would be scared to play this position.
With both.
With white pieces. No,
With
both. This is, for them, it's absolutely equal.
No, they also can be made, you know, there. This is a problem. Where to go? Like this, rook h2, h1. Now at least I want to make rook h2 and rook d2, so to balance the situation.
But rook f7.
Rook f7, I don't think this valid, this
94,
move,
yeah.
because now it's a 94.
94.
Yeah.
King g2.
No, knight takes d6.
And
Like rook
rook.
d7.
And rook d7.
Rook d7, yeah, still.
Checkmate and rook on h1.
No, it's not checkmate.
It's
Rook,
not-
rook c1 and rook.
Yes. Rook
yeah, I'm
c1 is
protecting.
there. Yes.
So
Unfortunately.
you really cannot do this. So rook f7 is not valid. How to play?
And if I start by king g2,
No, then it's rook d1. What I say.
rook d1 and
Then I'm threatening mate.
you are also threatening mate.
Mm.
And whose
It
mate
is
is bigger?
danger.
Rook e8? No, wait. There is no. Rook e8 with
You say this.
or even no need.
You don't need. You
I
don't, actually, you don't
Yes,
need because
check.
it's better, of course, to play
Yeah,
check.
Check.
King g7.
Check.
Here check.
Yes.
On h6.
So I
And
could.
take.
Nothing better. Knight f5.
Knight f5. If I take, you're going up to king h4, and then I'm just threatening rook h8.
No, king
yeah.
h4. There is knight g3.
Okay, I go. Here, what
Yes.
you play?
Yes.
Yeah, I take.
Take.
King h5.
But I
Correct.
have free pawn up.
And I go like this.
I could even take on f5 and then move the rook. Free pawn
f5.
up.
Okay, f5 and move
Rook
the rook.
f5.
King h4 must.
Yes, and
I'm afraid here it's you're reaching the draw, not more.
yes, your king on h4 helping you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And what about rook h8? Absolutely. Rook h8 or rook,
No, it's a
rook
draw.
g8? Rook g8.
Rook g8. You mean here take?
No. Without take. Rook g8. Creating checkmate on g5 h6.
No, this I understand, but now the problem is I will start with another rook. Maybe. And I will lose the game, yeah?
But I still to e5, d4,
Mm-hmm.
e3, d4.
So I can make what, h6 now? No, h6, I don't know it's helping or not.
h6 at least I will have the rook endgame. Rook f5, rook g4.
No,
and-
very, very interesting. By the way, okay, it's clear that again, now Kashlinska is thinking,
Yes.
because of course she calculated that if go 95, then must sacrifice something serious.
What about Monica? It seems like
Monica.
there is black triple on b file.
Not so. It's clear now who have advantages. Now black have advantage, isn't it?
Now black has.
Maybe not. Queen c7 she can take. Maybe it's not advantage at all. Or just take here.
How no advantage?
Take here.
Rook b4,
Take.
queen,
Take.
rook,
Okay, what to do? Take on c7.
take on b2,
Okay, king h3. Up.
and knight g8.
Not knight g8, knight g4.
Ah, knight g4. Yes.
Knight g4. It's not clear. Knight g4 it's a draw only. Not more. Knight g8 also it's actually if I just play for draw. So, but how to do now? Draw. Queen c7, if you start, the same story.
Yes.
Same story, we just take on c7, take here, rook b2 check.
Very pity for white because it was a great position.
Yeah. So then, this is the last. And Anna, okay, we saw this position already in our table. Queen d7, finish already on d7. So it's We'll see.
Everything could happen.
We'll
Because
see.
the last time,
Still, it's difficult to win. Yeah,
still
to win
1
because
minute,
now
1 minute, and then
Now, if you will not succeed to win another pawn, so we consider that you will make a draw. Correct? You should win again something from this position. So it's not completely that you managed to win. Not yet, not yet. You have to work a lot still up to winning the position. Also, but Anna, you know, Anna, she's a world champion of rapid and blitz, if I remember well. I was there, by the way. So I don't think that 1 minute is something serious that she can. Simple
no, in
position.
simple position.
It's a simple position. It's not danger for her. What is here? Okay, but Siashvili. You see, my wrong idea. She catch my wrong idea. Play G4. I'm telling you that the problem is like this. I'm sure that she's playing for win. This is a problem, you know. She play for win. She now have a pass pawn on h4, and this bishop is not moving. So the way of the thinking is different, because when we are thinking like this: what will happen after 20 move if this bishop finally will succeed to go out? From this pawn will be weak, not strong. We will lose the pawn, and with two bishops, white will manage to win. She's thinking like this, that the bishop is out of the game. The pawn is passed pawn, the way of the thinking. And she has the initiative up to now. She will use like this to transfer this, to monetize this initiative, correct?
Yes.
So, and maybe she's right. Maybe she's right, who knows? But right now, she have to protect the pawn.
And it's not easy.
It's not easy. It's not easy, correct. And h3, it's a dangerous.
Actually, it's white move. White could
even
simply
worse.
take move.
So then you see, what I said, that the position was completely drawish, and now will be the problem. Problem for black, of course. It's very interesting. You know, I'm not following many chess players, so I don't know Pusta Vojtova up to yesterday's game, because
She's just 22.
she's just 22, and she's talented player. Because I was not expecting it. She was leading the tournament after 7 rounds. One of the
Yes, she played.
and she lost, of course, with Goryachkina yesterday, who is already well known.
It was complicated opening position, and probably she stood better.
What happened with the champion of Europe 2015, Natalia Zhukova? How she is? She is better with black, yes? At least not worse. Any moment she can make a draw. This position. Correct? Okay. They make a draw. Oh, sorry.
I already.
Already draw. And what is a Bela Hotenashvili, Georgian girl? What she's doing? She's pawn up. Well, of course she's better. Should be better. At least she's not risking. But from the other point, of course, black want to go bishop c7, then take on a5, which will be not easy because bishop go on b4. So it's unpleasant for black to play.
First white.
Osmak, this is Luli. How's your name?
Yulia.
Yulia. But it's correctly like this. Yulia, like this. It's
Yulia.
Yulia with I should be always Y.
No.
It's very interesting. It's,
Ukrainian language has no Y.
That's a Y.
Yeah.
Because of Ukrainian. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Because now we have a new way of writing Ukrainian and
Okay.
especially Belarusian name.
Especially for Georgian guy, it's very difficult to understand this. But I understand. This is a language completely. Listen. The situation is like we are predicting something. What's going on here? Can you understand anything? King f2, and if we go here now, the rook or b1, then what black want to do? What white want to do? Can you understand this? I really don't understand. I don't like the way how white play, because 95, we expect here f4, knight g4, king f3, rook g1, exactly,
g1.
h, this.
We didn't expect knight h2 at all.
Why? What we say here?
No, we didn't analyze.
We say, what we say?
Only
here?
knight f6.
Knight f6, and
Yes.
she played knight h2.
But knight h2.
Fantastic move.
Really?
Absolutely. Absolutely, of course. Now knight d4, it's only move, correct?
Why it's only move?
What you can play? Give me the move in this case.
Yes, we have no choice to. We have no way to grab the pawn. There is checkmate. Is there checkmate?
Maybe.
Knight d6.
Of course, it's a check. Maybe even it's not checkmate.
Yes.
I'm sure. First of all, I don't know which rook I will use. And second point, if I just don't use anything, I will cut like this. What you will do? Just threatening. What you mentioned. Rook c2 or rook a2, maybe. Maybe you can do like this. So, if you have a check, and girls will do by sure, yeah? Check.
Yes, yes.
So then I start with this rook, of course.
So I have only move. King e3.
King e3.
Yes.
So, then I should think about how to involve another rook. And then to involve knight.
And then I run
Where?
up. I have no
Again.
choice.
No, up you are losing here. Something like this. And take. And go.
Really losing.
Okay, but
Your knight is.
okay, but this extra knight. Maybe you are not losing, but not winning at least.
Yes.
So this we are talking about to win with white, yes, not.
Yes.
So check here and check. And if you go here, then it's knight d2. So if minimum is draw. So you must go there. Now let's see if I have something better in my hand. Knight c4. If I attack again, no, it doesn't work. I should take this. I have no choice also. I must take. Go where you go?
Maybe on
b5?
b4. No, b5 there is knight.
b5, knight
no.
d4.
Yes,
Knight d4
yes.
later will be okay.
Yes.
We check, correct. So, no, yeah, actually, not so clear. Not
Yes,
so clear. Why not?
King
Why not king
b4.
b5?
No, first check king b4.
Okay.
King b4.
I take.
I
and
give
d6.
check. No, first check.
You want check?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes. To make my pawn
Okay.
more powerful.
Okay, and d6.
And d6. And king c5.
And king c5.
Because your knight on f3 is not coming to help. And your rook not mobile, only to square. d7, d7.
Okay.
c5.
Another opportunity, of course, it's just to go king c5.
Yes.
Now I should use the power of my knight, yes?
But king c6, d7. Of course, you will grab the pawn, but I will not give you e4 pawn.
Well, she went even, she didn't take, you see, she was afraid to take. She was afraid. It's normal, okay. In the, what is the time? 2 minutes, of course, 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
To calculate, she prefer to be safe, at least not to lose the position, right? Actually, she was risking already. But if I make check, what she will do? A king will go somewhere e3, g3, maybe g3. So then we think like this. Let's go like this.
Yeah, the advantage has gone. This is for sure.
Maybe even I can make like this. Why? Take, yeah.
Yes.
Take. Must. And I make check for you. Like this and rook c8. And now I'm threatening e5, d6, let's say. And knight h2 is still in trouble, no?
Yes, and rook b3, even
Um,
e5 is on.
Girls are fantastic, you know. We are something, okay, we are more concrete because we want to concentrate more concrete things. And girls start playing like this. Correct move. Again, absolutely correct move. She don't want to change exchange the rook because then its knight is losing the power. Now this knight, maybe it's a strong knight because with two rooks. But with one rook already lost all power. So rook d1,
Rook d1
it's a
is
good
a-
move, very good move. So it's very difficult to evaluate the position. To say the truth, I would be with white. I would with this time control. I can little bit suffer of this situation.
But we have some tricks like rook b5. And
No, okay. I don't say you can, of course, not to, if you go even rook a7, rook take f7, maybe it's just simple draw. Okay, she went back with knight b5.
knight d5 she played.
Yeah, she played knight b5.
Expected rook b5. Okay.
Actually, here she agreed for draw immediately. Or not? Because king will go on h4, or what she will do there?
Now, first of all, now she has time to calculate knight d6.
Knight d6, but
And she gave the chance to Alina show
To see-
her ambition.
yeah, to show the ambition, yeah, if she has ambition.
But it's difficult to show ambition with knight on h2.
So, okay, if I go rook d2, it is draw or not? My question is king g3, knight f1,
King h4.
king h4 immediately, of course, is better. So I think you're a little bit in danger after bishop rook g2, no? Because now I'm threatening knight d2.
But knight d2 is not the end of the life.
Why? Knight f3, mate, I'm up.
Knight d6.
Knight d6.
Yes.
Did I cheat you or not yet? Not yet, right? You go rook h3 or rook c3.
Or rook c3. I don't know which one.
Such a knight, fantastic knight. h6, then you play, even take here. Knight d6, then I cannot go, or maybe I can go this move. No, I'm not threatening anything after.
No threat.
No threat, yeah, unbelievable. See. So I have no threat. If I play rook g2, I have no threat, yeah? Fantastic, if the girls play like this. Now she make this move and they are making it, already went to this position. So now she can win, eh? And you keep saying.
So black played for win.
No, now she will play rook b2. Well, can play rook b2 actually. And force knight d4. No? If I go like this. So you cannot take it, just will be the mate. With everything the
Yes.
same, but with two
Yes,
rooks now.
With two rooks is mate. Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to come back. Then the question is like this, I will take just pawn on e4 and bye-bye. Or no. Oh, this is knight, you can go on this way.
Yes.
And here, this, and maybe I bye-bye, not you. So let's continue in this case like this. Then I want to make check, what I say, and now I want to trade something. Okay, draw. Most probably it's draw. I take, and it's just draw. Life is wonderful, it's draw.
Yeah, this is it draw?
Oh, it's not? Are you threatening mate here to me?
No, still pawn d6. No, I could grab the pawn, but it will
okay, if
be-
I go here, okay, should I take this or take a pawn? Huh? Just take a
take a
pawn.
pawn.
I think it's not mate, right? Or it's mate? No. Cannot give the mate like this. It's where is draw?
Oh, the draw is going by king after king g8.
No, okay, king g8 is a draw.
No,
But if
I'm not sure because
if I go here like this, then it's maybe no draw. Because if you
then my
allow
king
me,
penetrate. Yeah, it's
okay, I go here,
King
you go
h4.
here. So I have no choice. I have to go back. Then you go here, and
Anyway, yeah.
maybe you will not succeed to make any draw.
and I win. Wait. G5.
G5, you know what I'm afraid, that king will go on h5. Ah, no, and then take on h3.
Take.
No, then take on I cannot take on G5. What's the
You can take.
Of
Yes,
course
but
I take.
I open a file to protect
protect,
my king, but
so-
it's too many pawn already.
No, you see, she make again mistake. King h2, it's a mistake for me, because now it's a king g3.
Yes.
Now king g3, and when you make check again, then it's king h4. And here is a danger, I feel the danger now.
And this is the move 40. Now she could relax and
Okay, another, oh no, she play 9-9. Here you can play like this maybe, yeah? It can be like this, and take on f4, and go here. And here white is actually maybe risking, no?
white is risky.
Maybe yes. So because okay, and on f7 is protected. From the other point, I'm threatening you f6 and rook a4 mate. This is how we protect this mate. Shit. There is only 5 is a move. And there is no other move, only 5. You see, king, it's sometimes it's coming, you don't feel danger, and suddenly you realize it's in the mate. So maybe she's right. They are repeating the move. How many times they repeat? So it's already 40 moves. So it was rook d2, king e3, knight h2, then this.
Is it third time?
It is a third time, yeah.
Yes.
If she make line or any side can declare the draw, yeah.
Yes, actually, white king was on f2. Yes.
The king e3 is a one position.
Yeah.
It was when
Yes.
she play.
So one against one, king e3. Second time. Yes.
And knight h2 is the third time
yes.
now, yeah.
Third time.
Yeah. If she wants. The question is if she wants. No, there is no 3 times. She can play as well, king g3. Let's calculate, yeah? Where is the first position? First position, it's a king
This is
e3,
not.
knight
This
f1.
one.
This is 1. This is 2.
2.
Where is 3? There is no 3.
Yes, after king g3. Yeah, no.
After king g3, yeah.
So she could play king g3 and king h4.
Exactly. After 40 move, at least she have a time to
Yes.
calculate. And what happened here with the Stochkom? Absolutely, position is unclear right now. I don't think that white have any advantage. Just they are keeping the concentration to keeping probably equality, not more. So it's clear. Now this is Bulmaga. Okay, now winning, yeah?
Winning. Yeah.
Should
easily,
be okay. She's
easily,
protecting
yes.
h4, h5, not to allow, but it's how long she can keep. Not so long. Bishop can go here and just play h4, h5.
Yes, any plan wins. and
Easy win.
Even if he approach the king and then exchange the bishop.
Easy win. So Muzicku won. Patsiashvili. Okay, I don't think that there is
No chance
chance to survive. Here is Elizabeth Batz. Better.
Daria.
Okay, one pawn up. Here
One
is black,
pawn.
Elizabeth. Pawn up. Here is Otenashvili also pawn up. Okay, it's clear position also.
Yes, this is clear.
And Galyamova. Nichaeva, Galyamova. 95 is without almost
Square.
moves.
Yeah,
without
yeah, no
square.
moves for 95.
So
But maybe
interesting
not,
day.
Not
and
easy
the
to progress.
Most
Yeah.
interesting day.
So we have-
and
we have-
Kashlinska is 19 seconds. It's very interesting position, by the way. She cannot make a move.
Yes, she made.
What she made?
She played knight,
Knight h2. And now, of course, the time of Garyachkina will be, she will think about 20 minutes declaring draw or not.
Yes, absolutely.
Or continue.
So Nichaeva. We have one more candidate for 6.5 point, Zimina Zhukova.
They played draw.
They played draw,
Yeah,
and
already.
one more, yes, is a young player from Azerbaijan, Ulvia
Ulvia Fatalieva.
Fatalieva, who meet Lagno.
Fatalieva. I think she
Ulvia
lost.
lost.
She lost. She
Yes.
lost already.
So
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, we have a special guest in our studio here, and lucky winner in today's game, Katerina Lagno. And she played against Ulia Fatalieva, and we will kindly ask Katerina to explain what happened in today's game.
I don't know, because it was a very complicated game. So it was French defense, and somehow already here I was not sure what the theory goes after g6. So I wanted to play something logical, like h4, but she was playing quickly anyway. She replied queen b6 so immediately, so probably it was all theory. h5, rook g8, and here I'm not sure about h takes g6. Probably I needed to play a3 immediately to leave this pawn, because after I took, then a3, so I thought she has to play g5. So in here, if I play a3 immediately, she doesn't have this possibility, because I take h7 pawn. So of course, if she takes h5, I play g3, and well, complicated game. So I wanted, yes. Anyway, I wanted to sacrifice this g4 pawn. So, but it was better to do it with h5, h7 pawn. I don't know. I will check, of course, at home. But well, my feelings after the game. So takes e3, and well, as I said already, g5 was interesting, because now, well, if I play g4, she can take, knight e3, take g4. Well, probably still unclear. I don't know if I can take here. Probably not, because bishop is 7. Probably here. Well, okay, I didn't like g5. So, but she took here twice, and even three times. So, knight e3, queen b6, and here, well, typical in this position, typical sacrifice of pawn, and for long-term compensation.
Yes, we've opened H file comparing to that.
Yes, this, well, I don't know. Looks like it's in my favor, but the game was still very complicated. So she played queen e7, queen c7. I think it's logical. Bishop f4. I thought that bishop should be here, not b2, because he's more active on f4. Okay, if she gives check, I can play king e2, and then bishop g5. I think I have bishop, so it's nothing special.
Yes, maybe
Just
even
one check.
queen a4 after g5.
Yes,
And then
so
rook c1.
yes, a lot of tricks. Yes. So, but she played g5, rook c1, queen d8, bishop g3, looks okay. a6. Well, a5 was also interesting, but I don't know what happens after knight d4 takes. Maybe I can take here. Takes, and well, looks dangerous.
Looks like a checkmate.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
g4 is there.
g4.
g4, queen c2, isn't it?
But it's always difficult to give mate, you know.
And bishop h4.
Check.
Check. But we are not afraid. King f1, or it's too far.
No, it's not too far, because I'm straightening queen c8 anyway.
And bishop g6.
And bishop g6. Yes, I had the feeling that it
Should
be
be
yes, should be winning, because okay, she plays with rook 8, bishop c8, and well, she played a6. I don't know. Knight d4 looked at least logical. I don't know if it's correct move, but knight d4. Okay, she has to protect this e6 square, queen b6. Well, and here I'm not sure about my plan. I played queen g4. It was also looked okay. Bishop e7, because she doesn't have any other move. So, but here I started to think and I couldn't find a plan. So, by the way, maybe here I could play. Oh no, knight h2. She can play rook. Yes, so I wanted to put my knight on g4, but.
But then you could castle and put knight on g4.
Yes, in one game you want this and that, and you know, a lot of possibility, and you have to choose. That's the problem, because otherwise she has always this a5 then. So I should not forget about her counterplay also. So knight d4, queen b6, queen g4. So here I'm not sure at all, because well, I wanted to play something like bishop h7, just to put her rook on f8, because rook h8 doesn't work because of knight takes e6, and there is bishop g6 check. So, because if she has to play rook f8, then she doesn't have this knight f8 and bishop d7, so here I can find something else to continue. But I was not sure about rook g7, and well, I couldn't find a way to continue my attack, because her plan is very simple: knight f8, bishop d7, and she exchanges rook. So that's why I found this. I don't know. Probably it should. Well, I sacrifice two more pawns, but I don't know if it's correct. Rook h6 with the idea after queen knight f8, queen d1. My idea was to play knight f5, because I cannot play it immediately because she takes and my queen is hanging. As I played queen d1, and well, she replied quickly bishop d7. And here I have to play knight f5, otherwise why I lost to tempi. So, okay, knight f5, and of course bishop takes b4. So, if I take here, she takes and takes here. So I didn't like the structure because she plays f4, and my bishop will be out of the game. I can still play rook b1, but after queen c3, well, I don't have the feeling that I should be lost here, I think. So king f1, she takes rook b1. Her problem was here that she had only something like 2 minutes, because the position is very complex and a lot of interesting moves to calculate.
This was her problem, not yours.
No, not mine, but I am 3 pawns down. This was my problem, but well, I thought that the compensation is still. I have some compensation. I don't know what. Of course, with computer, it's impossible to play in such a way. But with a human, you know, you put pressure, some time pressure, and well, probably she had to play bishop b5.
Yes.
Try to exchange my bishop, but here I don't know about knight d4. I'm not sure, because well, she can take. Maybe I can play something like king g1, but maybe I was very optimistic here, because I almost forgot at one point that she can still castle, you know.
Yes.
But here, no, maybe not here, but anyway, that she has this possibility, because the king already goes to a8 and there is no attack anymore. So.
But here you are better after bishop take.
But I'm 3 pawns down. Maybe I'm better, but I should prove why I'm better. So she played queen a7. It was also one way to play. Knight d6, takes. Yes, and here also a lot of moves to choose. That's why maybe, but castle. I'm not sure about this right now because, well, if I give check, she can play still bishop c6. Only
what
one.
about bishop a6? Sorry.
Check. She takes with a check.
Ah, check.
Yes, I also thought about
Yes.
it. But I can play something like king king g1. That's true, but maybe rook f6 something. Okay, it's another game. And here she played queen d4. Yes, I think it's a mistake already because she gives me this pawn d7, and we don't know why. Because bishop b5 doesn't work. I take b5 and queen is hanging, so she has to play e5, and I have this queen b1. So maybe she missed this queen b1 because if I play queen somewhere else, queen b3, she has some checks, you know. But here I didn't say anything for her because the threat is rook b8, and she doesn't have any time to play e4, so that's why she played rook c8 and simply rook b8. So I tried to exchange her active pieces, and rook pawn a6 is handing. So I don't know what to do. e4, bishop takes e6. So it looks like she just gave me the pawn, and also she activated my rook. And well, and here I think black is already lost because she played queen a7. Simply takes and takes e5. So here just lost. Here she played bishop d7. Also was nice to see bishop d4. She cannot take queen b8, and that's mate. So she has only move queen a8, bishop h7. So also forced takes, rook f8. I had bishop g7, but well, there are some checks, so I didn't want to give any counterplay. Queen g7 with the threat take on f8 and queen e5. So she played bishop e5, king g1, king d7 only move to avoid queen f8, and simply takes g5. Also threat queen e7. So on. Well.
Now you are pawn up.
Yes, and well, and it's mate.
Very well, because Olivia, she had in previous round lost position, but she survived somehow. Today was not her day. Yes, you played nice, aggressive chess, and
yes, it worked out.
Win.
Yes, but who knows? Maybe it wasn't correct, so I will check with my computer. But anyway, yes, it was an interesting game. So
thank you very much. We wish you good luck in last
you.
round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Round 9 of European Women Chess Championship. It's me again, Jonathan Karlstedt. I'm happy to welcome Marina Brunello, who just
Hi,
won
everyone.
a very nice game today against Melia. So we will take a short look at the game, and maybe Marina even scored an international master norm.
Yes,
but
later we'll check.
But we still need confirmation by arbiter, so
Yes.
it's not sure yet. But so far, with 6 out of 9, great tournament. And yeah, let's see what happened in the game.
Okay. In the game it was some browser.
Yep.
We played this line.
Until which point it was preparation for you?
Okay, I didn't really know what she was going to do, but of course I saw this line. Yes, and here for rook g8, okay. But I knew how to put the bishop on d3 and rook on f1, more or less, and just play chess.
And at some point, f5 to play for...
Yes, for the light squares. Yeah. Okay, here. So maybe here I was not entirely precise. I don't know. Okay, I just played my moves. And here maybe d5 was interesting. I missed this move.
What did you plan
but
after d5?
after d5 here, I wasn't sure whether to take on queen f2 maybe.
Now take, and
Yes.
how to take back?
With the pawn.
Pawn, okay.
Yeah, and maybe
And h7
Some d4.
is never hanging?
I have, if I take there,
Yeah,
she can play rook h8.
yep. And I go back,
You go back and bishop g4,
okay.
and then d4, and I'm losing a2. Okay.
Ah, okay.
It's
Okay,
still
maybe
is,
I can play bishop e2, so d4 is no direct threat. But now
But
h2,
h2 is hanging.
so maybe that's not the
yeah,
best
the
idea.
d5 here was interesting, I think.
Okay. So
Yeah,
and
but I missed it when I played all this. But she took, and so I was happy about it. Okay.
h5 is a normal move in this kind of positions, as far as
Yes.
I understand, to play bishop h6 later or to attack with h4.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. She had to. Okay, here just improved a little the king, and just to see what she wanted to play.
And what did you want to do? What were your plans and ideas in this position?
Okay, I was thinking about putting my rook on h4, like I did in the game, or maybe just to somehow just to attack h5 or try something, because okay, I cannot really force her to play e5, and if I move my knight like knight d4, then she will play queen c5 and put her queen on e5.
Okay.
So as long as I keep my two knights here, then she cannot use the e5 square, but I cannot really put a lot of pressure on her position. So I was a little bit stuck, and I just wanted to see if she wanted to have some fight or not. Okay, here I decided to had to play.
Some pressure against h5.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, h8.
This is okay. Try this knight d2. Okay, I was here unsure if play knight c4 and e3 or go on f3 because they are both very interesting. Probably going to f3.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And here there was some knight c4, which was very interesting, I think. The point is, if she plays here, maybe I have this move, which is a real mess,
Okay.
I think. Because, okay, if she takes, I can take here.
That looks quite pleasant. Yeah?
Yes. So maybe she takes here, just to attack my rook.
Is it possible to take? Oh no, d6 maybe not.
It's okay if I take on d6, she can take here. Pawn take, and maybe she can.
Simple bishop f8.
Yes. It's unclear what I will do with my knights. Maybe someday she will play e5 and put the bishop here.
Yeah, also
Anyway,
for
just to
concrete
open
reasons.
the position. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't find nothing against rook take f5.
Okay.
So okay, I went for queen d3, just defending. She played here. This move. Okay, back and rook here. And here it was.
Yeah.
Go to
Does she has to defend h5, or can she go for some counterplay? But maybe there's not so much counterplay here.
I don't remember what I saw, but I was maybe. I mean, it's interesting if she takes here, maybe.
Okay, but that looks very.
Yeah, very strange.
Yeah, knight d5 maybe.
Knight d5. I saw something here. Was
First you have to take on e4 maybe.
take on e4.
I'm not even sure queen or rook takes, but okay,
I
queen
know,
takes.
and just get the bishop away. And f5 is coming. I don't know.
Is it a
I
big
had a
problem if
good
you take on h5?
Maybe it's just nothing. Okay, but maybe she can play 5, then bishop e6, and
Yeah,
her bishops are opening. I don't
Yeah.
know.
So that maybe would have been a bit more.
I mean, it's interesting.
Ambitious,
I'm
yeah.
not saying it's good, but yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, rook h8. Okay, and just put my knight. And queen e2 now. And I think white here is just good.
Yeah.
Because the h5 is hanging, and I have some idea with knight d5.
And now
As a
you
player.
came up with a nice trick, yeah?
Yeah, actually I saw it here, but here it doesn't work. Because here she can take. She takes here. And there's nothing really, because if I take here, she can just take this
And here you
and
are.
take, but okay.
Well, knight is trapped on d7.
Yeah.
So, but she didn't see it coming.
Yeah, she totally missed it. And here she just blundered with b5.
b5 and after. Can
And
you
after
maybe
here,
show,
I think
show the move?
it's just
Knight d5.
it's just bad.
Because after e takes d5, knight
Yeah, if
f3,
takes d5, knight f3.
and
And the
queen
queen is
has
trapped.
some trouble
Yeah.
getting out.
So she cannot really save her position. She
What
just
she-
went for this, and I have knight here. And she has some problem with the bishop again,
Yeah.
because I also have some fork on c6 or d7.
So after rook c7, for example, you can take on d7 and
Yes,
knight
exactly.
c6.
This is. And again, the queen has some trouble. So she went bishop e6, but can take. She is forced to take back with the queen, because otherwise there is a fork on d7. And okay. And
This
this
is-
should be winning.
This is winning, of
Yeah.
course.
Okay, we just kept playing, but okay,
Yeah.
then.
Even the king is weak. Yeah. So
Yes.
a very nice game.
Yeah, I'm really
Very
happy.
good. So what are the goals for the last two rounds? Of course, to win twice, but
Yes.
in general, regarding the tournament.
Yeah, I'm really happy about the tournament, of course. Everything is going well at the moment, and I hope I will keep playing well.
Very good. So
Or keep
congratulations.
scoring well.
Very good. Congratulations for the
Thank
good
you.
game and the good result. And we have our next guest in a few seconds. So
Yeah.
see you in a second.
Okay.
welcome back. I'm here with Laura Unuk. Welcome to the studio, and most important, congratulations for your win today.
Thank you.
Which not only bring you to 6 points out of 9 games, but most probably, we wait for confirmation, to a VGM norm. So very good results so far. And you will take us through your game
Yes.
of today.
Okay, so I was black, and my opponent played d4, and I decided to play like knight f6. And she decided to play Nimzo Indian with f3. So I prepared for this, so I kind of knew the variation.
Okay.
And after castle, she played a few games with a3, but now she decided to play e4, probably to surprise me.
Yep.
And I played d5, take, e5, knight d7. That's also my preparation.
Yeah,
so
I guess this is all preparation, yeah?
Yes, so I knew
theory.
what I was doing, I guess.
Was it a surprise for her to face Nimzo Indian?
No, I think it wasn't a surprise to face Nimzo Indian. It was a surprise that I played castle in the 4th move, because in a few games I played d5 immediately, I think, and my result was 0% so far.
Okay.
And I decided to play something else.
Okay. Did you see there was another game today with c5 instead of short castle at one of the top boards? Did you consider to play this as well, or was clear that for you that you will play short castle anyway?
It was very clear to me, because my coach gave me this opening after I lost so many games. He said, okay, now you have it, just learn it so you know for the next time. Okay, so yeah, I guess I was very well prepared, I must say. Okay, and now I think this is one of the critical moments in the game.
In the game or in your preparation?
Okay, maybe my preparation, probably
maybe you
better.
do not want to reveal too much of your preparation, and maybe for next games, but okay, this was still something you had a look at before the game.
Yes. I know there's here's the line queen e8, which I think is kind of critical, but I didn't know how to respond on queen e2, probably queen f7, and then, for example, queen c2. I mean, I think black is doing amazingly here because white didn't develop any pieces, but I don't know, maybe.
But now to take on g7, is it possible?
Where with?
Okay,
here.
black to move, of course. Black
To move. So I probably, I don't know,
knight takes.
take or rook e8. I don't know. Develop. I mean, it's kind of similar position that it happened, but with queen on c2. So I decided to play queen f6 immediately. Bishop d3, knight b6. Knight e2 and bishop f5. Now here maybe I should have played knight c6 first.
Why? What's the difference?
Because after bishop f5 she played bishop f4, which attacks the c7 pawn, and now I mean I can't develop this knight, but except if I sacrifice the pawn. So
What you did?
I decided, what I did, I decided to sacrifice the pawn because I would like this knight very much developed here, than on maybe on a6 or this bishop on e5 here and play e4. So I just decided knight c6. Let's sacrifice the pawn.
Very good, very good.
I don't know if it's correct, but I liked my position after, so I am happy. Bishop c7, bishop d3, queen d3, knight c4. Now castle. Rook a8. Now I think maybe she's in even some trouble.
Okay, rook e3 is coming.
Yes, it's a threat. Yes, I think it is, because as I played, I can always just put both of my rooks on e line, and she can never move her knight because of this c3 pawn, and then some sacrifices on d4.
Yeah, and problem of bishop f4 is that rook takes e2 refutes the idea to protect e3 square. So here already some troubles.
I think, I mean, I like my position here, so I mean, f4, what you played, I think is the strongest one, strongest
so
move.
This is the one you expected during the game.
Yes.
Okay.
So rook e3, queen c2. Here I was thinking a lot of time on knight a3 immediately, but I was kind of scared of queen b3 here, because now she attacks the d5 pawn. Even though her two pieces are hanging, I think that this d5 pawn is quite important in my game, so I did that.
Okay,
I don't know. So I played queen e7 immediately. Bishop e5, she has to play knight a3, queen a2, knight c4. Now,
Okay, I need to count pawns. So now everything is equal again.
yes.
But your knight on c4 is very strong.
Yes.
And is the bishop on e5 strong or useless?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking during game too.
Okay.
But I think that, I mean, what does this bishop do? It can't move anywhere. It only attacks the g7 pawn, which is only attacked by bishop. She can never play rook f3, rook g3, because my rook is on e3.
Yeah.
And if she maybe threatens to give me some mate, I can always take on e5. So, and I don't know, this bishop isn't that good. And also this knight on e2, it's not that strong, because it also can't move because of c3 pawn. So she had to protect this pawn first to move the knight, which is, I mean, great for me.
And your idea was now to let the a pawn run down the board to a1, or what are your plans here?
Yes, of course, my plans are to push these two pawns as far as I can. Also, my plan is to put as much pressure on c3 pawn as I can, and to put this knight from c6 on more active place. Maybe
E4.
f5, e4 if
But
it's possible,
it's not easy to
but
get that in, yeah?
unfortunately not, yeah. So yes, rook ab1, I decided to start with queen d7, maybe some threats with queen g4, and I don't know, later. So she played h3, which,
Prophylactical move, why not?
yes, why not, I guess. a5, so I start my plan, king h2. Here I was thinking, what is her plan actually, because...
Maybe asking you what your plan is.
Also, I was asking myself, what do I want to do here? But I saw a lot of moves for me, even though I don't know if they were good, not maybe, but I have like knight e7 and like knight e5, knight g6, then b5, b4. I have a lot of moves, but I didn't know what she wanted to do. So she played rook c1.
Oh, yeah, that's not a move you want to make.
Yes, exactly.
So,
I mean, I knew here that I was better, and but okay, I was thinking maybe how they want to start to like win. Maybe she wants to play knight g1, knight f3, but I don't know. I just play whatever I want, I guess.
maybe the problem was that she cannot move her queen because of knight d2 threats.
Also that, yes,
So
yes.
she has to play a rook somewhere. But,
No, she wanted to play this to protect the c3 pawn, and now that she can move the knight.
Okay, that makes sense.
So then she can move the queen. So yeah, maybe here I should have played something else, but maybe knight f5, like I said, would more active, maybe even a little bit better. And then after knight e5, maybe some b5, a4, b4, I don't know.
Why you cannot go first a4, for example?
Of course, probably I can.
So everything works here more or less.
Yeah, probably. I guess it does. But the problem with a4 is maybe like knight g1, and what do I do now is a question.
Right.
Maybe I could have also tried rook c8, and I don't know. But I don't want to move this knight because it's great on c4.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay, so what you did was more or less very good, yes?
I mean,
so
okay. I guess it's okay. So knight g3. Here she had some threats with knight h5 and then this. So first I decided to play rook d3 with idea rook d2. So she plays rook f2. And now I also get some ideas to take this bishop, and because this rook on f2 is hanging, that's why I played queen f7. Because now I'm threatening to take and take everything on f5.
Yeah.
Because she can't take with f pawn, because I take on f2.
You weren't worried that maybe a5 will fall?
No, not. I mean, it's my plan. I can also first protect a5 pawn, but it wasn't that like it was. I wasn't worried about that.
Okay.
So I just knew that I wanted to play that someday.
Yeah, okay.
So she plays knight h1, which.
You don't want to have your knight there, yeah?
No, it's. This knight is poor here. Yeah. But okay, she protected rook on f2. Now I can't take.
That's true, but.
I mean, this knight on h1 is. Yeah, you really don't want it there. Somewhere else, maybe. So here I also ask myself what I want to do now.
Yeah, maybe what about some ideas of knight h4, queen f5, take on g2, take on h3?
Yes, that was one idea. But after knight h4, what was I thinking? Maybe she wants to. I don't really know what I wanted to do. I was probably scared of some moves queen e2, and after rook e3, queen g4. Even though probably, I mean, I'm still much better, but I didn't want her queen to activate like that.
Yeah, okay.
So I played rook e3 immediately, so she can't play that. And after queen c2, I decided to play knight h4. And she played queen d1, probably also with idea queen g4.
Yes.
And now I played queen g6. No, probably queen g4 is still the best move for her.
And would you have traded queens or try some active?
I think I don't have a choice
but
here.
There is a mate on g7, so queen e4 is maybe only second best. So you take on g4 here?
Yes, I think I would take, and after knight g6, I also have some threats on f4 and e5.
Yeah, and you start maybe now pushing your a pawn at some point.
Yes. So now probably after g3 I play
Doesn't
f4.
make the knight any better on h1.
No, still no.
Still not.
So
not
I think
a happy.
yeah. So I guess this is okay for me. So she decided to play g3, which I was kind of shocked because I was really expecting queen g4. But okay, g3, knight f5. I don't have a choice here, and maybe here. I don't know. After queen g4, I wouldn't exchange. Maybe I'd play this and with idea h5 and h4, and her king is weak.
Very strong, very strong.
Yeah, I was happy with that idea, but I don't know what she should have played. This, like this knight here is horrible. This bishop doesn't do anything. She has weak king now, and she made her final mistake. She played g4.
It's desperation, more or less.
Probably, yeah. So yeah.
Very nice. You take on. I see. You take on h3.
Yes,
nice
now
tactics.
it took. Yeah. When I saw it, I was like, "What? She blundered that? How?"
Yeah, okay, I understand. But what we said, what can she do? So,
no, I'm definitely better. Maybe she should have exchanged this rook on e3. Probably at least try. Because this rook on e3 was very strong in the end, at least. So now that's just winning.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, I'm happy with
What
that.
a great game. Very, very good.
Thank
Congratulations.
you.
So you're on 6 out of 9. What are your plans for the next 2 rounds?
To win.
Yeah, okay. I expected this answer, kind of, but okay. Let's put it in another way. What was your goal before the tournament?
So my goal before the tournament was to get a norm.
Okay.
My first goal was to play good, and if I play good, my second goal was to get a norm.
Yep.
And now that I've achieved that, I'm like extremely happy. I am just so kind of surprised because it's my first norm.
Okay. The first is always the most difficult one. Now the other 2 will come very fast. I'm pretty sure.
I hope so.
Yeah, okay, so, and do you have a look at top 14 spots in the ranking to qualify for World Championship, or is it?
Though that would be amazing, but I have to play good the last two rounds also. And
that will help.
Yes, that would really.
So, yeah, thank you very much for being with us, and good luck for the last two rounds.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
The name of the event is the First Issue Educational Conference, which means that already in the world happened many conferences, but by issue is organized the first one.
People that is working with chess in school all over Europe, they are gathering here to share experiences and also to try to solve different problems that everyone is facing in the different countries.
It's a very important topic for us because we are just planning to start it in Belarus, and we're doing a lot of work to start it, and it's a great experience for us to listen about other countries, how it's working in other countries and how it's been done.
This program, which is called Chess in Schools, has been running 7 years now.
This is a very important conference because it's my life, chess in schools, and it was very pleasure for me to see so very important persons and study experience from other countries.
In the past, individual chess federations have organised a conference, and these have been quite interesting. But now what we're doing is we're bringing together people from around Europe, and we're exchanging ideas. And this is being led by the Education Commission of the European Chess Union.
I would like to give you a few ideas that I've drawn from experiences around the world.
ჭადრაკის სკოლაში არის ის თემა, რომელიც ვფიქრობ ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი არის არა μόνο ჭადრაკის განვითარების კუთხით, არამედ ჩვენი მომავალი თაობის ინტელექტუალური განვითარების კუთხით. ჩვენ ვცდილობთ, რომ ის გამოცდილება, ის საერთაშორისო გამოცდილება, რომელიც უკვე დაუგროვდა წამყვან ქვეყნებს, გადმოვიტანოთ, დავნერგოთ ჩვენს ქვეყანაში და არ გვინდა, რომ ამ პროცესს ძალიან ჩამორჩეთ.
ძალიან საინტერესო კონფერენციაა ჩემთვის პირადად, იმიტომ რომ ჩემთვის ახალი თემა ბავშვებთან მუშაობა და საერთოდ ბავშვების ჭადრაკი და უბრალოდ პრიორიტეტი გახდება ჩემთვის.
What I believe personally that 70% of the kids, when they're starting maths, they hate it. Or while it's opposite in chess, 70% of kids, they like it because this is the game. Here I see the differences of chess, why chess will help to do the same things, actually to develop the same things, but with pleasure, not with pressure.
What I wish is that the school systems of Europe will really understand how great chess is for developing children, both from a social and intellectual point of view. That's my hope.
welcome back with some results.
Yes, some result a little bit disappointing for white pieces in the game Alexandra Goryachkina versus Alina Kashlinskaya. The game ended as predicted in our previous commentary by move repetition. Yes, so after knight e3, knight h2, white decided not to play king g3, king h4. Yes. But agreed with threefold repetition, draw. Well, another white disappointment because we saw white possess a huge advantage in this game as well. But finally, the position became black succeed to stabilize the position, and it is ended by same threefold repetition in a draw. Yeah.
So time for the other players to catch up by winning their games, yeah?
Yes, and we have two lucky winners. First of all, we have to mention that Elizabeth Petz, who won her game against Daria Pustavoitova. Sadly for Daria, who lost her leading position.
Yeah.
Yes, and second game in a row. And as we analyzed and following commentary of the winner, Katerina Lagno beat Ulvia Fatalieva, and it was also part of runner-up. Yeah. Ulvia cannot join the leading group. Remaining game are in progress. Yeah, the game we saw in previous commentary. And it was considered as winning for white game of Elo favorite Anna Muzechuk, but surprisingly Irina Bulmaga, Romanian grandmaster, resisting very well, and till now the game is undecided. It is a big question whatever black can hold the position, but usually the bishop endgame is the most complicated endgame to, how to say, to convert the advantage into the win. Especially if we are speaking about opposite color bishop. Here is the same color bishop, but still, it is still questionable whatever white could win or not.
So I would say it's very drawish. I don't know how white is supposed to make any progress here.
Yes, speaking about, especially we have to consider that square of promotion of pawn a4. So,
and it has the wrong color.
Yes, wrong color. It means, yeah, that it is enough. Okay, pawn e will be likely exchanged with pawn f, and to make a draw, black needs to sacrifice the bishop against h pawn. Yeah.
Okay, we have two more moves actually. Bishop b6.
Bishop b6.
Which makes sense, waiting move, and maybe pretending to play bishop f2 check.
Yes.
Now h6 followed, and I would guess that now it's time for king g6.
Yes.
Not to let king h5 happen.
Absolutely. And white could improve the king.
So I'm waiting again with bishop c7.
Bishop c7. Yeah. So we are not going to play some active move like bishop c5, bishop f8 to attack the pawn?
Well, maybe that's possible as well, but bishop d8 maybe will follow at the right moment. No, but that's a draw. I don't know. So even bishop c7, if I go passive, even this should work.
Let's see. Bishop c7. I will... Okay. I will improve the king. Without king, white cannot progress.
Okay, let's say I will try to force the draw with e5.
Very good. So my king position is...
but I can take on f4
and then
it
you
should
take,
be
yes,
already a draw, yeah?
It's a draw, because you reach c8 square with the king. So we are just showing, yes, how it is.
Yep.
Yes, and the king just
in time.
Yeah, just on time to reach. So the black need only reach c8 square, and they did, and even more. So that's mean in all toss endgame, black has even one tempo in reserve. Yeah.
So my prediction was right. As far as I can see on the board, it happened bishop c7.
Yes.
But king h4, and then bishop d6.
Bishop c7.
We have to double click, right?
Yes. Yes.
So
bishop d6.
Bishop d6. So as long as the king is protecting the bishop, I won't play e5, but in the moment when you decide to play king g3 or king f3, then I will go e5. And now after bishop d8, I guess simple bishop b4, and you are forced to...
But once I didn't catch up. King g4, the bishop was on c7.
Yeah.
King e3.
Yeah.
How you play t5? When?
No.
Now? And why I didn't try f5? It is...
Ah, that's the point.
We should say we are tired.
Yeah, but
Both,
I can take.
And can you?
I can. I think I can.
Yes, here you can, because king on e3 is wrongly placed.
Yeah.
But if I go on some, say, okay, I understand. So my king was on h4. I go.
That's maybe the move, yeah. Okay, but now I go bishop f8.
Now you are going bishop f8. And this is the way how you lose your a5 pawn.
Well, I can go bishop b4.
Bishop b4. I should agree. In this particular position, there is no progress.
Yeah. So, well, let's see if Anna finds some way to improve her position. But maybe we should have a look at the next game.
Okay.
And that is
Elina Danilyan against Nino Batsiashvili.
Elina suffered a loss yesterday, but today
she
I have to say it's a good position, yeah?
Yeah, 2 pawn up, 2 bishop.
Bishop, everything you can dream of. So it's hard to imagine how black should hold this.
The only little trouble for white is remaining time. Only 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Plus increment.
Okay, but when we say we're playing concrete here, so bishop e3 looks like a normal move to me.
Yes.
If we try to...
Knight cannot move, because then pawn b will run. Let's say bishop c7.
Yeah, rook c3.
Rook c3 or...
I want to put my rook to c6 and...
Actually, there is king in very bad shape.
Yeah, okay, but
okay,
if you are low on time...
I do agree, yeah.
So maybe bishop d8 is forced?
Bishop d8 is forced, yeah.
And now you go rook c8.
Rook c8 is little
rook c6, sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Rook c6.
So it seems like pawn b start to run.
Yeah.
Okay, knight has retreat, and somewhere here we kick out the knight.
We kick out the knight or play bishop f5, maybe, to get the b1 square and then push the pawn.
Okay, here is many way and many move.
I agree.
Yes.
So this should be winning even with now 3 minutes 30 on the clock.
Yes.
Anna finished a draw as well. So 4 draws on the first 4 boards.
Yes, very pity result for Anna, because
put it in our list. So, but we predict Elina winning and coming back on the top spot of the tournament.
Yes.
With 6.5. So she would be shared third after winning, as far as I can see. So that's not too bad. That's not too bad.
Absolutely.
So we have Elisabeth winning on board 6. So let's have a look at board 7.
Yes. Board 7, Bela Khatanashvili. And Bela also possessed healthy pawn up. Yes. However, now we see the position
draw,
is equal.
So nothing much to do for white here. Okay. You have the better pawn structure because there's one pawn island for white and 2 for black, but still
with queen
doesn't count for anything.
Yes.
So that's a draw. We can predict.
It can continue for a while because with queen and
but okay, in this case, we are pretty sure that this should end in a draw, and then board 8.
Russian derby.
Yeah, there's a draw as well. So a lot of draws today.
Yes. We saw quickly this position, and it was evaluated as approximately equal, and it's remained equal.
And I see we have our next guest, so we go on a break for a few seconds and be back soon.
Yes. Let's start. It was a long game. So we are continuing our transmission from the European Lady Championship, and our special guest today, Irina Bulmaga, who just drew
Yeah.
Yeah, very difficult game.
Yeah, it was a very tough game, and every time I play against Anna, I struggled to make a draw, and finally she outplaced me, but this time I somehow escaped, I guess.
How many times you played, Anna?
I think it is the 4th time, and I lost all of them until now. So it was a crucial game for me.
Very good, very good. And we congratulate you with the
Thank you.
draw. Let's see, because for us, everybody is surprised by your opening choice.
Yeah, well, what to say? Every game it was a big opening fight between us, and I decided today that of course, she's the better player, so I just let her show where she has the advantage and to play somehow for a win. So maybe I can somehow in some moment catch anything.
So it was surprising choice.
Yes, for me as well.
For you as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, Alec in defense.
Yes, I think she played some games in this. Well, she's a good player. She plays many lines, but this one was her main one, I guess.
So far is the main line, and now you choose c6, which is not the main.
Yeah, I saw a game between her and Bartosz Sochko some years ago, and he played the same line, and she did not react that well there. Well, here she played c4, which I think it is the first choice of the engine.
Yes.
But before she played h3, and bishop f3, d takes, and e6, where I think black is just fine because the e5 pawn is somehow a little bit weak. Knights come nicely in knight d7, knight e7, g6, or
this is old,
something like that.
Old Salo floor variation.
Well, I guess I'm not sure. Yeah.
We just remember our Latvian grandmaster Vladimir Bagirov, who wrote book about and who played a lot of Alekin defense game in his chess career. So
c4, I think it is a good move actually.
Okay, first choice of engine.
Yes,
so,
yes.
Yeah.
c4, knight b6, e takes, bishop f3, knight c4.
You introduced all those moves very quickly.
Yeah, it was preparation. I checked this line a little bit. Bishop e7.
Castle.
Yes, and here, of course, I forgot what I looked before the game.
But you have no choice here.
Yes, it is quite obvious what I should play. Knight b6, bishop e3, I guess knight e7, a4. Here maybe is the first somehow critical move, because I had to decide whether to play a5 or not, because of course it can be, I didn't want to spoil somehow my structure, but I think that after knight f6, if I would play a5, knight bd5, I guess she cannot take the pawn on b7 because some knight b4, but I did not like the a6 move, after which I was not sure what is happening. Yeah, and that is why I decided to finally play a5, not to let her spoil my structure. Yeah, well, knight c3, knight f6. This I calculated d5, of course, knight d5. I think everything is obvious, nothing to say about this move. Bishop b4, all the exchanges made. Here, yeah, c takes, rook d5.
How was your feeling? Because
well, I felt that I'm very close to equality. Maybe it's equal, but well, I did not like my pawn on a5. Of course, a little bit. Maybe it was in my head the weakness, but I felt that I should still equalize.
But it was so perfectly protected by your bishop.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know. Maybe I misplayed something after that.
So
Queen e7
was a move.
Rook a d1.
Rook a d1.
Queen e6 I played.
Queen e6 you played.
Rook, queen d3, yes, and queen c6 here. I don't know, rook b5, rook ac8, h3, well, h6, yes. Here queen d7. Here I calculated a lot. I did not like, firstly I thought I would play rook c7, but I did not like some queen f5. Yes, or maybe even queen g4. I'm not sure. Yeah, queen g4 maybe with some threats of bishop d4. Somehow my rook is misplaced, yes.
Absolutely.
So I calculated taking, of course, on d7, queen d7, rook d7, rook c2, bishop d4, rook c1, I thought.
Rook c1.
If rook c1, king h2, rook a1, b3, rook d1. Oh, rook
Actually,
d1.
I expected rook d2 instead of check, but it's same.
Yeah,
Like
somehow I was thinking just about going after the pawn, you know, rook a1, b3, and rook a3, and in the end some bishop c3 and or bishop c5, and I'm without a pawn, though I still think it should be a draw there. Yes, but somehow she was getting low on time, and I was thinking that maybe I can exploit it somehow.
Yes.
So
yes, I remember. In that moment, Anna went up to 4 minutes in her clock.
Okay, but she's world champion at Rapid and Blitz, so I did not expect big mistakes, but I should have rolled the dice, you know. Okay.
So your choice
queen
was
f6,
brave,
yes.
queen f6.
Here, of course, I saw queen g4, rook fd8. Of course, bishop d4 is met by queen g6, which, yeah.
Yes.
So rook b7, yes, rook d1. Here I played. Take, take, queen b2.
Have you seen bishop h6?
No, I did not see it immediately. I was calculating for some reason only rook f7, and I saw that there I'm perfectly fine.
Rook f7, then you take.
Yeah, queen d7, king g6, queen a1, and queen a4, and
even bishop e7 was possible.
yes, of course, yeah. Yes, I did not see bishop h6, unfortunately. But I think I should be still fine because I haven't. Or am I worse here already?
Well, what we believed that white is clearly better because bishop h6 was we had a special guest here, Zurab Isbay-Perashvili, and we analyzed this position, and actually he first saw bishop h6.
Yeah.
And when the queen was on g4 and with the 4 rooks in that moment.
Yes, I guess it was just better to go to that endgame to take on d7, and it would have been logical. Okay, here I thought that okay, the h pawn maybe it's not so crucial. I still can have some chances. So queen c2 here, queen d7, queen c4. Here I felt that she did not play the best way. I don't know, g3 seemed a little bit slow. Bishop c3, king h2, queen e6. Yes, I decided to go for the endgame. Take, take, bishop b6. Here maybe I should have played some rook c6 and then just wait around, play some bishop e1 and then rook c4 maybe. Because I feel that the bishop endgame, I think it was actually lost for me.
Lost. That's what was our evaluation. Yes, because so far we checked the position and the decision was it's a lost position.
Yes.
Yes. How do you survive?
I did miss this f4 move, which is of course a strong one at move 37. And here, yes, rook c6. I think I have practical chances. It is not so easy to convert, I think. I'm not sure what should she play here.
Well,
unfortunately, after I go away with the bishop, she will have bishop d4, of course. But yeah, maybe it is.
And keep just pushing the pawn.
Yes.
How you? Because looks the white pieces looks very, very active and.
Yeah, well, I should play some g6, I guess, and then bishop e1.
Okay, king g2.
Bishop e1.
Bishop e1.
Or bishop. Okay, maybe bishop d2 better, not to get. I went rook c4.
But you are losing your g6 pawn.
After bishop d4, you think? Bishop d4, rook c4. And then bishop f6. Well, I don't know, my pawn is also dangerous. Maybe, hopefully.
Yes.
Yes,
And
okay.
Okay, it's very delicate position for black.
Of course, yes, I
but,
should work hard for a draw here.
Yes, king h3. King h3 is a better try, of course. Yes. Then at least
Yeah,
I have no problem
king.
with pawn f2, and
Yeah.
then I put my bishop on big diagonal.
Yes, yes, that's true.
So, after rook c4, rook c7.
Take,
So
king f7.
this looks really very delicate.
Yeah.
f4.
g6, what to do?
Yes.
Bishop e5,
Five.
this was good. Bishop
Bishop
e1.
e1.
King g2 was normal. King e7.
And the simplest plan we saw is to put pawn on g4 and then came with the king somewhere to d3 and play
Yes.
bishop c3.
Yes, this is the easiest. I saw this, and also it controls that big diagonal, and she has the h4, h5 push. Yes, g4, king.
G4, that's what
king-
happened, yeah.
Here,
King f1,
yes.
bishop h4,
Bishop c3,
bishop
bishop
c3.
d8. And here she should have gone king e2, of course.
King g2.
Yes, king g2 I think was already a mistake. I think I am already very close to a draw here.
But still, king coming to d5.
King d6 I played.
Yes.
No, she just went king g3 with
King
Yeah,
g3 and
maybe-
king d5.
yes. h4,
H4.
king e4,
King d4.
and here it is just a draw, I think.
Now
Yes.
you have counterplay.
Yes, every time I went somewhere, maybe bishop c7 and e5 at some point. I don't see how she can progress this. Yeah, so basically the bad choice was to go to support the pawns with the king. Coming to the center maybe would have been just an easy draw, an easy win. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, bishop g7 she played.
Yes.
Bishop c7, bishop h6, bishop d6, bishop g5, bishop c7, h5, g takes.
And king f5.
King
And this is likely drawish position.
Yes, because king f3 is met by e5, so she does not have a way to go around, I think, because of the c5 push. Yeah.
Right, yes.
Well, we made some more moves, but it was basically that was it.
Well, half point count.
Yes.
Yeah, and
I'm really happy to have drawn her because, well, before the game I was thinking that, okay, I should just play and have fun during the game because what can I do? I'm losing all the time against her.
and now you could write on social media.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm quite active there. I have a lot of followers and supporters, and we have some discussions there.
Yes.
And I think it is a good way to make chess more popular because our sport is unfortunately not so appreciated by the big public. So if I have this possibility, why not to do so? Also, I find many organizers find me this way, and I play in different team events or get some invitations. So maybe I will tweet something about this game.
That would be good because you have to memorize the positive experience, and
Yes.
By this way it will stay for a long time in your mind.
Yeah.
But what is your opinion about the tournament overall?
Well, I think it is the best European Championship that I have ever played, and I have played a lot since 2005, when I was still a kid. I mean, the hotel is really nice, the food is nice, the playing hall is good, the hotel is placed in the center, it's a really nice city. I mean, many times we play in very small cities, and it is not so interesting to stay for 2 weeks there. But here, I have a fantastic time, and I really like Riga, and I hope that there will be tournaments organized again here.
Sure, yes, because Latvian Chess Federation going to organize, first of all, this is for kids next year, European Youth. Yeah, but they are also organizing not Chess Federation, but mainly the director of this tournament, Igon.
A big open in August, no?
Yes, RTU Open.
Yeah.
Riga Technical University. Yes.
I saw this open for several times. I wanted to come, but somehow.
Also, nice venue. Yes, big area,
I
which
see.
could accommodate up to 2,000 players.
Oh, great! Yeah. I will come again with the first possibility here.
And it will be much better weather than now.
Yeah, but you know, this Riga Balsam is really good. So the weather is not really a problem.
Riga Balsam?
Yes, I heard that it is really popular and my parents have been here for many years. So of course they told me that it is the first thing that I have to try when I come here. So I'm already a big connoisseur of Latvia.
What about doping control?
Okay, in the evening just one drink is okay, I guess.
It's thanks that Jana Bilin, the director of the doping commission, is not here. Otherwise,
no, I'm sure it is fine. I already checked it. So until 6 coffees and 1 drink is for sure fine.
Well, I'm glad that you loved national. It could be called national. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have still 2 rounds to go. Yes. Wishing you all the best.
Thank you.
Because now you are in good mood. And,
yes, I hope for some good pairings for tomorrow.
Yes, and good pairing coming.
Yeah.
So
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are going to make short break. Yeah.
Only on the streets of Riga, wonders and new discoveries await both visitors and locals. The spirited beauty of the city and radiant nature inspires top chefs to create exquisite world-class cuisine. This is the place where inherent sounds and melodies take on form and name. Riga's got it all. It engenders creativity in some and a rush of adrenaline in others. Go native, mingle with locals, and explore exciting diversions. Discover your story in Riga.
Welcome back to round 9 of European Individual Women's Chess Championship 2017 in Riga, and we have a lot of results.
We have almost all results in leading group. That we have to confirm that Elina Dailean won the game.
As expected.
Yes, versus Batsiashvili, Nino. And we have only one game in progress in the leading group, is still this queen endgame. Yeah, where white is pushing. Even I don't know who is pushing now, because truly I slowly start to prefer black pieces.
Really?
Yes, because the white king ran is in the middle of nowhere here, and black are very active. Yes, anytime f4 could come.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
But okay, we have to be honest. This is a dead draw.
King e6. Okay. So far, white trying to push. Yes, black has a chance.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I think something like king e6, queen c8 check, and king e5 back followed.
Yes. Yes, this is what it was played. Yes, it's already move 82.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's I'm predicting a draw here. I think having short look at the camera view, that they will agree to a draw very soon.
So what we could say, Yulia Smak is a young player. Yes, and she's 18 or 19 years old.
Yeah.
And but she already holding the title of world champion under 12.
So,
Yes.
but this is some years back. She's
Yes.
young, but not that young.
Yes, yes, yes. But it just to explain that she's even with very low starting number. She's number 56.
Wow.
Yeah. At the beginning of the tournament, she's doing great job so far.
And with black holding against Bela is not so easy, so that will be some good result. And tomorrow maybe she will push with white. That should at least be her idea.
Not to forget, yesterday she upset Stefanova, Antoinette.
Yeah, but okay, Antoinette has a bad tournament in general, I think. It's not the tournament of her life.
Anyway, Antoinette is ex-world champion.
Yeah, that's true, and a very strong...
And very strong grandmaster.
Yeah. So maybe we should have a look at the lower board.
Lower board.
I'm very interested in Sarah Holt's game, because she's from Germany, like me, and
we are going to see Sarah Holt.
It's even lower, because if she wins, she scores international master norm. So there we go. There she is. Oh.
It is still in progress.
Yeah, it's still in progress. I just was in the playing hall, but this is a very good version of the position. Let's go like 10, maybe 10, 20 moves back. Just was some random position, maybe after move 51.
51, yes.
That was the position she's coming from, and I think compared to this, white made some progress. So here e3 followed.
Well, first of all, it's difficult to understand whose pawn are more dangerous.
I think black's.
Doubled or connected?
Yeah, I always prefer the connected pawns.
But bishop.
Yeah, bishop.
Okay.
But okay, e3 followed.
Yes.
Take, bishop f3.
Bishop h3, yes.
Knight takes a6.
Knight take e6 and knight c6.
Yeah.
Somehow I start to prefer connected pawn. Knight b4.
Yeah. Attacking the rook.
Unbelievable. Yes. King is 7.
She was afraid that maybe rook gets exchanged, and rook back to b6 to attack the knight.
Yes.
Knight c2. Okay.
Knight c2. So knight is coming to d4. Rook b7 check.
Okay, this checks I don't understand, but maybe to get some additional time on the clock.
King e5, rook b7.
With the idea to meet e2 with bishop takes e2, rook e7 check, and to take the pawn, and then the drawing chances are okay.
Yes.
So king d4 followed.
King d4, this square I prefer to keep for the knight. Anyway, king d4 was played, yes. Rook e7, and now is rook d6. King f1.
Rook a6 to get the a5 pawn.
Rook d7,
now
king c4.
Check, start.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, what a nice trick. What a nice trick. That's Sarah Holt. So I see, by the way, our last board from the top group is a draw.
Yes, the game between Khatinashvili, Bela, and Yulia Smak ended.
And Bela is disappointed, I can see from the camera view, but okay, she has 2 more rounds to go, and still everything is possible.
Everything is possible for the group, because there is no many significant changes in upper group. But let's see.
Let's see
the game of Sarah. Rook a5. Yes. What else? Rook d1. Knight d4.
Rook c1.
Still small advantage remain. Yes. Check. King c3.
Rook c1 check. Ah, this is maybe 3 times same position after king d2, or?
Let us see. So this is the position. King was on c4. So we start only from this position. One time. Now king goes to d2.
Yeah.
So we could count this position as
okay, it's not
as
3
well.
times. Yeah?
So 2 times. King d2. Check. Yeah, it seems like it is third time. One,
but the king is only the second time on c3 with a check on c1.
Yes.
So, okay, but I cannot imagine that this game...
But where the king goes.
Yeah, right, absolutely.
Yes. Because if the king goes far, let's say... Where is the king goes?
Yeah, that's the main problem here. Because you play rook d1 maybe, if, for example, king b2.
Is it enough to draw the game to score the norm?
No. She had a performance of 2,444 before the round, and her opponent has like 2,300, and she needs a 2,450 performance. So a draw won't be enough, but okay. Anyway, she can be very happy with this draw, and I spoke with her before the game, and she didn't like her way of playing the last rounds. And to escape another maybe lost position after yesterday's game is maybe more important than scoring a norm. And she has 2 more rounds. I mean, if she wins tomorrow, she will have the norm. So to secure the draw is more important. And king b2.
So black avoided. No, it happened on different way. King b4 was played. Bishop e2.
It's a small little trick, rook c4 check.
Okay, small threat, yes. King b3, bishop c4 check, king b2, and rook e1 now.
So what is black going to do? She has to protect e3 pawn, so rook e5 or rook a3, but rook e5 is more logical,
I suppose maybe. Rook e5, yes.
Or is maybe rook a1 an option?
Rook e1 is hardly will...
The king is too far away. Yeah, you can go g3, h4.
Yeah, g3, h4, and it is black who will...
Yeah.
Who might suffer.
Yeah, that's right. So okay, maybe rook e5, because Lilith avoided the draw. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So king c3 happened.
King c3 was played. And bishop e2.
And we see for Lilith has only 15 seconds on the clock, remaining Zara 58 seconds. Knight c2 happened. And I think rook c1 will follow. But white has to be a little careful about some possible mate threats. I don't like what Zara is doing. I really don't like what she's doing.
Why rook c1? Why not rook d1 simply?
That's possible as well, of course. But okay, let's say rook f5 check.
Okay.
Rook f2.
No, rook f2.
Well,
Can you? Well.
And as far as I can see, that's after rook f4 check, that's a f5 check, that's a position on the board. So it's not unlikely that we see this very position on the board very soon. And everyone who is seeing the live video from the playing hall, this is real tension during an important competition. I think Zara played bishop f3, judging from the camera.
Yes.
But this I don't like. Bishop f3 happened. And I thought maybe now knight d4 is the move to play. Knight
yes,
d4
knight
happened.
d4 was played, yeah.
And now she played rook c1. Okay, because king d2, just rook d1 check back.
Yes.
So the king maybe has to go sooner or later to b file. And now they are blitzing out the moves. So let's see if live transmission can keep up. Rook c1 check. King b2 is necessary, yeah? If you want to play for a win.
King anywhere on b file.
Okay, but king b2 attacks the rook, so that's a plus maybe.
And then rook e1.
Yeah, and that's a draw as well. Okay, they repeated the moves for one time.
Yes.
Rook c1 check again, and now Lilith has to decide what she's going to do. And she has 1 minute left to make a decision. Of course, she basically can never lose this without plundering. But for my feeling, that was a bit too much counterplay for black here, or too much play. I think there was an easier way to draw. But okay, this is pressure. Round 9, long tournament, suffering for a long time, and you cannot play perfect moves every move. So where's the rook going now? You say rook e1?
Rook e1 is the simplest.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, which force your rook.
Okay, knight c2 is just rook d1 again. So, and to take on f3 is not enough as well. So she will go rook e1. I don't see any other way.
Actually, rook should remain, because otherwise, if imagine rook will jump, yes, then e2 is very unpleasant.
Okay, why exactly?
Because of rook e5 and knight c2 is.
That's unpleasant. Still a draw, maybe.
It's
because
maybe, but you have
the
sacrificed the
change.
bishop and who knows?
No, not the bishop. I just make rook c7.
Ah, rook c7.
And I sacrifice the exchange in case you play knight c2.
Yes, rook c7. That should be a draw. Yes, 2 versus 1.
So yeah, maybe, but I'm pretty sure she will play rook e1.
Yeah, sure. Still not played.
Still not played. So last seconds ticking down.
Time is running.
Time is running very fast. And yeah, but rook e1. should be the move. Yeah, there we have a nice view in the playing hall. Arbiter already sets up some pieces for the next round, while two players are in time trouble as well. So who is your pick to become European champion at the end of the day?
Well, one, I'm sure that the last year winner will be not in the podium. Yeah, first of all, Anna Ushenina. She is not playing.
Yeah, so it will be very difficult for her to.
The silver medalist is Sabrina Vega. She is far. I don't know what she did today, but she was pretty far.
Yeah, she was doing good. Yeah.
Yes.
She drew.
She drew.
Okay.
Yes, she's still far.
Okay.
And the third, the bronze medal winner was Antoaneta.
And she won't make it to the medals this time, yeah?
No.
Most probably not.
She played on table 22. We even don't know what she did. She won.
She won. Yeah.
She won.
Finally. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what happened in the game. So we have some more moves.
Yes.
I don't like what Zara was doing, but maybe it's still a draw. King b2, rook c4. And I think after rook f4, what happened? Simple rook takes d4, king e2.
Rook c5.
Yeah, but rook takes d4, king e2 should be a draw. King takes e3 next move, and you get that should be very easy.
Well, it should be any problem out from this position, because what could be done?
That's
rook
very true.
Rook on f4.
Do you think this is a winning attempt now, catching the g5 pawn?
Yes.
No, maybe not. Okay, I see knight takes f3 happened.
Finally knight exchange, then
and
this is a draw.
That's a draw of a more or less.
Dead draw.
Okay, so let's see if we have any other games running which may be of interest.
So we are coming up.
So we scan all the games. There we have.
We have
this is
Olga Babi versus Bodnaruk.
Yeah,
Anastasia.
That looks very interesting. Okay, we have. This is maybe the game we have now on the screen. Yeah, it looks like.
Yes, this is the game.
And okay, what do we have? Black is a pawn up, and trying to make his h-pawn run down the board. On the other hand, white king is very active and in danger, maybe at the same time. So, but I would say the result most likely is a draw as well. What do you say?
Yes,
Queen g2 happened from black. And more moves. Queen b8 check, king h7, bishop f4. I don't like my king. If I'm white, I don't like my king.
Is it not winning?
Now maybe it is. Before I thought that should be a draw, but now I'm not so sure anymore. Hold on a second. What about queen g6 check?
Queen g6, king e6.
And some...
Where?
But
actually the move was played.
Bishop g5 check. Followed?
Yes. And bishop
g5 check. And is this losing the bishop?
Yeah, this is the end of the game.
Wow, that was fast.
No, that was fast, but the position is extremely unpleasant.
But after queen g2, I don't. Do you think that this is maybe?
The king is, and the pawn h2.
The pawn, that's a problem.
Yes, is the main threat. Yes, and the only way to stop the pawn was played on the game.
Yeah. Okay. So we will see
So we will
black
see.
win.
Yes, we will see resignation around here.
Okay. Meanwhile, Sarah Holt finished her game. I see in the background, and
yes,
we can safely say this was a draw.
We will.
But we will confirm.
Yes, we will
it's a
confirm.
draw.
Sarah drew.
And now, but they are playing. They are still playing. So let's go back to this game. Okay, we have no updates on our board, but I saw on the screen that something was played. King d5, queen f7 check, and now it's time to resign.
Yes, definitely.
Because after king e4, you...
Sorry. So, now...
King e4, you even play queen takes f4, and nothing more to be done about this position. Let's wait until this is going to happen, or will see simple resignation.
Also the body language, you see, shaking the head.
Yeah, that's tough. They are now fighting for 5.5 hours, and then you lose your game. That's such an important game, round 9 of very nice and important
Still some move was played.
Yeah. Okay, this is just to clear your head, to calm down, and to realize that today wasn't your day. King c6, bishop takes f4. Okay. But okay, I think we can safely say that this is a black win.
Yes.
So I think for the most part we have covered all the games.
Yes. We could resume. Resume the standing after round 9. Yes. So leading, same two player.
Yeah, with 7 points.
With 7 points, Nana Zagnidze and Alexandra Goryachkina. Yes. Followed by 6 players.
By 6 players with
yes,
6.5 points.
With 6.5 points to Maria Muzyczuk, Anna Kashlinskaya, Monika Sochko, and Huan Han Chang. Yes. Elizabeth Petz.
And Elina Danielyan.
Elina Danielyan joined.
Yeah.
Yes. So we have 8.
Yeah, we have
8 runner-up, and some of those 8 will meet the leader.
Yeah.
Yes. Same situation as today, and we have a very interesting game tomorrow.
Yeah, we are looking forward to live coverage tomorrow. Tomorrow, I think it will be Arthur Neichschanz and me commentating, and we are looking forward to have another exciting day at the European Women Chess Championship 2017. Thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you very much, Igor, for a great
Thank
commentary.
you, Jonathan.
And see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.